mucho, quizás te adoré, tú bien lo sabías. Pero con el tiempo yo me he dado cuenta que nada valía. Sé que supieses que estoy equivocada, que te darás cuenta. Que después de todo, ya no tienes vergüenza. Dice... Esas verbitas, come on. Se te fue la mano, y por ti lo siento, se te fue la mano, y por ti lo siento. Bueno, gracias, qué lindo público. Eso es para todos ustedes, representando a nuestro querido El Salvador con mucho orgullo. Gabriel Aguilar y Grupo Crash. Gracias.
Antes que se vaya, yo voy a agarrar el micrófono acá de ITV El Salvador. Le voy a pedir acá a nuestro talento que por favor se quede. Gabriela, tengo un tanto para Gabriela. Está acá. Bueno, voy a aprovechar para pedirle a Sahid, if you don't mind, I want you to come
inviting all legislators to the chambers so we can begin the meeting. All right, we're going to call this meeting to order and ask Legislator Michael G. Gregorio to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise. All right, Mike, could you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Roll call. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Thank you. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Carrier Solage. Legislator Debbie Muley. Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III. Legislator John Giuffre. Legislator Mazi Palip. Thank you. Legislator Delia Durigi Witten. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator John Ferretti. Thank you. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rose Marie Walker. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Thank you. Legislator Michael Giangregorio.
Here.
Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. Thank you. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to start our meeting as we always do with the top cop presentations. And first off, we have the President of the Nassau County PBA, Thomas Shevlin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you once again for having us and honoring great police work that our men and women do every day and night when they risk their lives for our communities. On May 4th, 2023, police officers Conley and Fagan of the Criminal Intelligence Rapid Response Team were on patrol in the 2nd Precinct. They heard a broadcast for an auto accident with injury. 2nd Precinct officers at the scene of the auto accident advised 2 victims of the accident tragically succumbed to their injuries. At this time, I would like to take a moment of silence and remember Drew Hassenbein and Ethan Falkowitz, who tragically lost their lives, 2 14-year-old boys. Please, let's have a moment of silence for them and keep their families and their communities in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Officers Conley and Fagan immediately began canvassing for the subject who fled on foot. While canvassing, they observed a male in the rear parking lot of a closed building. This male was in close proximity to the accident. As they approached him, they noticed that he had a cut on his forehead and blood on his shirt. A witness to the accident was brought to the parking lot and positively identified the male as the driver who left the scene of the accident. Officers performed field sobriety tests and administered a PBT with positive results. The subject was placed under arrest and transported to the hospital for treatment for his injuries. He was charged with numerous felonies, including aggravated vehicular homicide. Due to the officers' quick response and dedication, they are able to take this dangerous person off the street and bring him to justice. When we went to court, we found out that this was not his first DWI arrest. Another thing I want to bring up, our police officers, I want us all to keep all the police officers who responded to this scene, keep them in your thoughts and prayers, because they had to witness this horrific scene, things that we will never get out of our minds. Our police medics also do a phenomenal job. Let's not forget all of those police officers. These 2 are heroes for their great work and dedication. But let's not forget everybody. We're a team and we work together. For all these reasons, the Nassau County PBA is proud to announce police officers Kevin Conley and Kyle Fagan as legislative top cops for September 2023.
Me and Officer Conley would like to thank all members of the Legislature, as well as First Deputy Commissioner Smith, Chief Palmer, and all members of the PBA. Thank you for this award and your continued support of us.
thank you for having us here today. I just want to say, you know, our streets are not a speedway. They're not a video game. We're constantly pulling over and sanctioning people. Driving poorly or reckless is not a privilege. And these two officers did a good job. You pay us to be suspicious, all right, and relentless when we're investigating crimes. And that's just what these officers did. And we're very proud of them. We thank you for this award today. Thank you, guys.
Legislator Rose Walker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As I'm sure most of the people in this room remember this horrific accident. These young boys had just won a tennis match. We're out with fellow tennis players getting something to eat at the Broadway Mall, and they left to go home, and someone recklessly driving close to 100 miles an hour on the wrong side of 106, 107 killed those boys. And God bless that poor boy who was driving the car. God bless our officers who, to me, look like kids themselves, and they had to witness this horrific accident, and it was just awful. And I've been at various events since then, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, where so many of the family members and friends of these young boys were there, and just, you know, reaching out and trying to remind everyone, like, be smart, don't be foolish, don't drive when you shouldn't. Obviously, this person didn't take heed to that before and continued to go in a pattern that, thank God, these officers now have this man off the street. But God bless you all for what you've done. We will continue to certainly keep the families in their prayers and these boys in our prayers, and each and every one of you and all of our officers, because I can't even imagine what you had to see that night. So God bless you all. Thank you for all you do. And I want to let Legislator Drucker, who represents that district also.
We have Legislator Drucker and then Legislator Lapis.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. This, without a doubt, in all of my years, was one of the most horrific, heart-wrenching accidents I've ever seen and heard about. And I witnessed this location on a regular basis. It's not far from where I live. I represent the community. But the gravity of it, that these two young boys with such a bright future, their lives were snuffed out in an instant by someone who did not belong on the roads. And that's something where we need to be more cognizant of as residents. You guys do an amazing job, and that's just a tribute to the training. Nassau County's finest and bravest do this day in and day out. And it's not a job, it's a calling. And you do it with such success and such professionalism that you went and you got this guy, and hopefully this guy never sees the light of day and never gets a chance to get behind the wheel again. But there are others like him out there. And the tragedy that occurs when these people get behind a wheel when they should never get behind the wheel, it's mind-boggling. And families, communities have been ripped apart by this particular accident. And I know, because I speak to these people on a regular basis, I know people who their kids were friends with these kids. It's just, it's really horrible. But, you know, we could talk about that for hours, but I just want to take this opportunity to tell you that we, as legislators, as residents of this county, are indebted to you for your bravery, your training, and what you do. Despite facing these horrific circumstances and what you have to witness, you don't let that deter you from the job you have to do, and you did it here, and you got this guy, and you continue to do that on a day-to-day basis with your vigilance and your training. So on behalf of this legislature, on behalf of myself and my community that I represent, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This location is in my district. In the days and weeks following the accident, this was a loss that Legislator Drucker mentioned it, that I've never seen. It was a community loss. The entire community of Roslyn, the entire North Shore community was devastated. And what you did in your heroism and your bravery is you gave the community a bit of closure to know that this person who robbed these two young boys of their futures will be put behind bars and that justice will be served. Without your tenacity, without your bravery, without your effort, that community continues to ail, but that community sees the light of justice and of closure, and it's because you put yourselves in harm's way. You risk the welfare of yourselves to make the community a better and safer place. So I cannot thank you enough for all that you do. You are the reason why this county has the greatest police department in the nation. I am so grateful, and on behalf of the families in the community, thank you for giving us a bit of closure. Thank you.
All right, Officers Fagan and Conley, we have presentations for you. We'd ask that you come up right after the DAI gives their presentation. Thank you. And for the DAI Detectives Association, we have Delegate Kevin O'Brien, who will lead the presentation.
Thank you. Well, again, thanks for having us. This incident took place on July 13th, 2023 at approximately 2:05 p.m. when Detective Butt and Soliski, assigned to the 5th Squad, were investigating a vicious robbery of a 72-year-old female victim, which occurred in the parking lot of the Green Acres Mall in Valley Stream. Two perpetrators, one female, one male, robbed an elderly woman of her money. The perpetrators blocked in the victim's car with their car, and the female perpetrator exited the vehicle and demanded her money from the victim. The female perpetrator opened the victim's door and proceeded to punch the victim in the face, legs, and arms. The victim relented and gave up $100 to stop the violent assault on her. Detective Butt and Solinsky interviewed the victim and gained useful information about the perpetrator's vehicle, and after an investigation found that it was stolen. License plate readers were checked with positive leads, where both detectives were able to establish probable cause for both subjects' arrests. Through their thorough investigation, they were able to identify and arrest the female and male subject that robbed, assaulted, and injured this elderly victim. We have many vulnerable groups in our community, both young and old. These two detectives went above and beyond to find justice for this lady. Let's see. It is their dogged determination which Nassau County detectives become, It is this dogged determination which makes Nassau County detectives the best detectives in Nassau County of the country. Exactly why Nassau County is the safest county in New York State. The DAI would like to thank Detective Butt and Solinsky for their service and thank the legislator for honoring them. Thank you.
All right, so I'll second that. That dogged determination that these officers have, these detectives have, is the best in the world, and there's no question about it that our detectives, when they get a lead, even if they don't have a lead, they develop leads and they get to the bottom of it. And in this particular case, victims such as this, a person who's very young or a person that's very old, certainly touches a string in our hearts that says we got to get this done, because we can't have people preying on the young and the elderly. So I just want to thank both detectives publicly for their service, and I hope they just keep doing a great job that they're doing. Thank you very much. Guys? Thank you.
Presiding Officer.
Wait, before you guys step away, I don't know if the two detectives wanted to say anything or not. Either way is good.
Just want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to help the community, especially when victims in this case is an elderly female, and just the opportunity to be able to give her some closure and give her a little peace of mind that this community is still safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay right up there. Legislator Gaylor and then Legislator Salage will have remarks.
Sure. Thank you, Presiding Officer. So, I'm proud to commend both of you, detectives. And but some of the backstory is that maybe people don't know is that we actually went to New York City to hunt these people down and arrest them and bring them back to our county. And so it's a clear message to anybody else that wants to come to our county and commit a crime. Our detectives of the finest nature are going to hunt you down, bring you back to the county, and bring you before the judges of this county. So just beware if you want to commit a crime in Nassau County. Atrocious. Come to the county and assault a 72-year-old female in her car after she was shopping at Green Acres. Opened the door forcibly, reached in and started beating her in the car seat. What's happening to this country? What's happening to this state? Things like this shouldn't be happening in our county. But thanks to your thorough investigation and using the resources that you could use and were able to use, you quickly located him in the city and you brought him back. You arrested him, apprehended him, and brought him before justice. And it's through your dedication and exemplary public service that, because of you, that's the reason why we're the safest county here in Nassau, despite these infrequent, I hope, events that happen. And so keep up the good work, keep us safe, be vigilant in your duties, go get them wherever they may be and bring them back, and let's prosecute them, and let's send a message to the rest of the state. Keep up the great work.
Legislator Solage.
Thank you. I would also like to thank you detectives for your dogged determination and for protecting the confines of the 3rd Legislative District, which includes Green Acres Mall, which, because it has a Walmart and other big, large department stores, attracts a large population from New York City. I want to thank you very much again for protecting our community and keeping our shopping centers safe. And I'd also like to thank this body for approving funding for the license plate readers, which were also useful in your investigation. So on behalf of the residents of the 3rd Legislative District, which again surround Green Acres Mall, and we deal with the issues of having such a mall that attracts a lot of people from New York City. So we just want to thank you very much for your professionalism and for helping the most vulnerable members of our community. And we wish you Godspeed and God's protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Detectives Butt and Slowski. We're actually going to have presentations for you as well. So we'll invite the PBA honorees first, and then you guys. right, now we have the public comment portion of our meeting. I have a number of slips I'm going to call. If you have not completed a slip and want to speak, please fill one out. There's slips at the table to your left at the front of the room. A number of the slips have to do with the CSEA contract, which we will be calling shortly after the public comment portion. So I will assume that those speakers in the CSEA contract would like to speak when that item is called. If not, please feel free to let me know. We'll call you up at this part of the meeting. The first slip, I'm not sure if this is a speaker on the contract or not, so I'll call her. It'd be Teresa, looks like Michelini. Is that on the contract or no? Is there a Teresa Michelini here?
Okay. So I was hired from the civil service in 2018. Supposedly there was no contract. I just found out that I was working without a contract. 4 years shy of getting benefits for life, and they did a vote the last week in August, or the second to the last week, and I feel a lot of people were on vacation, so there might have been 2,000 members, and you only had 1,000 members voting, so that's not really fair. Everything's like rush. I don't know what they're rushing for. We worked during COVID. We were promised days, hours, vacation. We didn't receive those. We pay our dues. We come to work. We do our job. People were allowed to stay home during COVID, and they got paid. I had to show up. I have an 85-year-old uncle living with me. I took a chance to bring germs home to him. So I don't understand if there's a handful of people who thought they were going to get benefits for life, how they could just take them away from you. And that's really my beef. I mean, we're going to get a pension. I show up every day. I do my job. I'm not a troublemaker. So that's all. I'm just here for the benefits for life. And I don't think I should be forced to stay 20 years when I was told 10 years. I mean, I don't know. Do you want to work for 80 till you're 80 years old? So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. The contract will be called in a little while, and then we'll have presentations on the contract at that time. Next speaker is the Reverend Canon Marie Tatro.
Good afternoon. I'm with the Diocese of Long Island, and we've provided you with a letter signed by 165 faith leaders. I ask everyone present who supports our immigrant neighbors seeking asylum to please stand as you are able. We often define neighbor very narrowly, but sacred scriptures insist that neighbor is never defined by proximity or nationality. None of us owns this whole county, and none of us can dictate who can live here. There are numerous cases that we studied in law school, from Oyster Bay to Garden City, that have already settled this question of trying to keep certain kinds of people out. It's a losing case, and we all know it. I'm not going to harp on God's call to love our neighbor, welcome the stranger. It's all in the letter and in the Bible. And many religiously affiliated people are not particularly fond of the difficult parts of following our faith. Some of these mandates from God are terribly inconvenient or just hard. Things like forgiveness, mercy, and welcoming the stranger. So let's just dispel some myths. First, these folks are not part of some nefarious drug ring. Over 50% are children, and the adults are mostly hardworking people fleeing persecution, violence, poverty, and starvation. We are all heartbroken by the needless deaths from fentanyl, but it is undeniably the U.S. drug industries who are responsible for the opioid crisis, and fentanyl is being smuggled over the U.S. border primarily by U.S. citizens. Second myth, they can't collect welfare. Third, they pay taxes. Fourth, seeking asylum is legal, full stop. It can ultimately be denied, but it is legal to request, and you can live here pending the court's order. People don't leave their homes on a whim. When the flames in a burning building are scorching your back, you jump out of the building. You are essentially pushed out. Most of us can't imagine the horrors these folks are fleeing. When I was a teenager in rural New England, I worked on a tobacco farm for 5 summers to earn money for school clothes and other expenses. It was brutal work, but those were the only jobs in town for high school kids. I think we all know that neither your teenagers nor mine will likely be filling essential farming jobs on Long Island. As I've gotten older, my notion of neighborhood has expanded, and with that, God has also gotten bigger for me. If you are a believer, let your notion of neighborhood and God get bigger, not smaller. If you're an ethical humanist, likewise, let your notion of neighborhood and the family of humankind expand, not contract. As a nation and as a community, we all need to be less small. Thank you.
Richard Clolery.
I come to you, members of the legislature, with something that could potentially harm or destroy our county if no action is done about it. This is a trifecta, a triple threat. The first problems that Nassau County has to face. The first is obviously transportation, not just public transportation, but we need improvements in traffic law because we have been having accidents left, right, center. Not just drivers, but passengers, families, and especially pedestrians. It's because drivers are being distracted, drunk, or treating our roads like it's their personal Autobahn. Does anyone know what the Autobahn is? Come on. Not only this, but we need more sidewalks so that people can walk safely. The main roads have them, but not all of our roads. When people encounter streets without sidewalks, they are at the mercy of the driver who may be drunk or distracted. I will let you figure out what happens next. Speaking of drivers, you, the legislature, claim that you care about them. That's interesting, considering the number of stink calls we've been having lately, among other things such as broken signals so that people who walk or ride or drive safely. Another thing is housing. I've been noticing that luxury apartments have been going up, but what about affordable housing for ordinary people like myself, who work for a living, not just the rich and powerful, so that people don't sleep out there with homeless. Finally, I want to talk to you about prices. Everything is going up through the roof, not just gas, which fuels our cars, which fuels our economy, but ordinary things like food, rent, used cars, the things that make lives possible here on the island. I would like to know what you, the members of the legislature, are going to do about it. I would appreciate a response. So what are you guys going to do about it? Come on.
Thank you, Richard.
I'm not done.
Okay.
One more thing.
Sure.
Our bus system needs a huge increase in funding from the county. Current funding levels can only maintain bus service as it is right now, which includes bus lines that were cut a long time ago. This is completely unfair to those who depend on those lines to get to where they need to be. Now, when I went to the last bus meeting, they keep on talking about Flexi Ride, that could potentially replace the bus lines that were cut. However, they only service certain areas, not areas that need the most, like East Meadow. We need the legislature to step up and increase funding for the buses so that everyone can enjoy this county. Please, before I go, I would like a reply to my speech and to let me know what you think and to acknowledge me.
Thank you, Richard. And as you know, this is an opportunity for you to address us. It's never been a question and answer period, but we do appreciate your comments and we hear them.
All right.
Okay. Next speaker is Otto Schroeder.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Otto Schroeder. I'm from Mineola. I have questions about the red light cameras. And this would probably, most of the drivers, all the drivers in Nassau County should be concerned with. What is the main purpose of the red light camera? Does anybody know?
Just ask you.
I'm just asking the question.
Sure.
So just remember that, okay?
Sure.
Now, who benefits from the red light camera violation? Is it the driver or the county who receives the money? What does the driver get? It doesn't solve any safety issues because I've talked to a few people, and what happens is 3 weeks later, he gets a notification. And guess what? He committed the violation 2 or 3 other times before he gets the notification. So it's a safety issue, but nobody knows what they basically done. What are the rules and regulations? I don't know. I went 1 inch over the line. I didn't know 1 inch was going to get me a violation, but it did. There's a big time lapse, like I said, before somebody gets notified, and and that's a big safety issue, because you can keep doing that violation, okay? Plus, the money where it's being used, it sounds like it's a money-raising issue, okay? Whoever sold you this probably didn't tell you what the negatives were, just the positives. Yes, you can make money. You can make money with a printing press also, okay? So I think it should be looked into, because it doesn't resolve the issue of the person making the violations. There's another situation. I discussed this with a highly reputable county court judge, and he asked me, of what was my concerns. I told him the red light issue is a scam or a scheme. He looked at me and he said, I was right. Now, this is a respected retired judge. If anybody wants his name, call me to the side. I will not tell you here. But that's what this is feeling about this. It does not help the drivers, okay? Now, you can resolve this also, collect the money. Have them attend that driver's education program, either online or through ARP or anything. Then you're educating the person, okay? Otherwise, he's left in the dark. So, thank you very much for hearing my issues.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Susan Goddard.
Good afternoon. If everybody could stand, who is in support of the immigrant community and asylum seekers. My name is Susan Goddard. I'm the director of the Nassau County, New York Civil Liberties Union. It's good to see everybody again. I'm here to address some of the unwelcoming statements recently made regarding asylum seekers and Nassau County. Immigrants who have come into this country in search of better circumstances should be greeted with compassion and support, not shunned and stigmatized. It is deeply shameful that rather than welcoming new Americans to our local community, our county executive chooses to shut the door. Let me remind you and Mr. Blakeman that any formal attempts to exclude immigrants from the county would be unconstitutional. As a federal court in the Southern District of New York recently found, formalizing prohibitions on transports from New York City would likely violate the Constitution and federal civil law. And the 14th Amendment also prohibits the government from discrimination against people because they were born outside the country or lack citizenship. In New York State has always been a destination for people coming to the United States to build new lives, and the state has a long tradition of welcoming immigrants. Immigrants make up nearly a quarter of our state's population and contribute to our communities in significant and often underappreciated ways. The spirit of Mr. Blakeman's statements are also out of touch with the traditions and values of our state and of our county. They are certain to generate hostility, bias, and even violence against new immigrants, as well as residents of the county who may be perceived as new immigrants. I'm not sure why this simple fact can't be grasped and has never been grasped by so many people. When you support and embrace people, they become invested and productive in their communities, and that is what creates public safety. And the argument about limited resources does not fly. When it comes to overinvesting in some places, there doesn't seem to be a problem. But when it comes to investing in human beings, you're okay with already underserved communities remaining underserved. This creates a divide and conquer problem among our most underserved communities. And you have more than enough money dedicated to policing and incarceration, but you don't have money for housing and schools in some areas that badly need it. Nassau County doesn't seem to understand the root causes of public safety, not addressing them when somebody grabs somebody out of a car, but addressing them where they're really needed, so that everybody in this county is getting what they need financially. So get your fiscal priorities straight and your values straight before you talk to us about not having enough resources for people coming into the county. Thank you.
Daniel Day. Daniel Day? Okay, yeah, sorry, Mr. Daly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for hearing me. I'm going to make this succinct. I don't like living in basically a lawless society. I drive about 150 miles a day, South Shore, North Shore, and probably for the last 2 years, I'm seeing nothing, and I mean nothing, but blown red lights, blown stop signs. They're ignoring them. I look at these people, they give me the finger when I beep at them. These people are making rights on reds when there's clearly a sign saying no turn on red, and there's even cameras there, as the other gentleman said. There's no punishment. Now, what about putting cameras inside of stop signs and saying, hey, okay, I get caught once, you pay a fine. Caught twice or 3 times, you got a moving violation, 2 points. His insurance goes up, their insurance goes up. See how fast they don't do it anymore. I've seen accidents too many times on an everyday basis. These people don't give a you know what. I see it every day. Now, human trafficking, and yes, I was going to actually try and debate someone over here about this stuff, but there's not enough time here.
Mr. Daly, direct the comments this way, please.
Human trafficking is all over the United States. I'm going to a meeting on Saturday morning in Farmingville to address this very factor. These kids are being trafficked from 1 year to 2 years old to probably as high as maybe 16, 17. They get too old and they're thrown aside. The border needs to be closed. No one has the guts to tell Biden. It's his own fault, period. No one wants to tell him no. The civil rights, going back to COVID, were taken away. I was kicked out of 3 supermarkets, banned from 2 doctors, because I wasn't wearing a surgical mask. I asked them, I said, okay, are you telling me that I cannot have a medical service performed on me without a surgical mask? That has it doesn't work, for lack of a better word. And he looked at me and said, yes. I said, so it's medical tyranny. Okay, no problem. There's been no retaliation, nothing at all for the people who lost jobs, who were forced jabs, like the other lady was saying. What's going to happen with that? I doubt it, right? Nothing.
Mr. Daly, just please sum up your remarks. You did 3 minutes.
That's what I'm going to do right now. That's about it. I just wanted to thank you for listening. And I'm also thinking about running for either Nassau County or Albany Legislature in the Assembly, because basically I'm at the end of my rope. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Tori Cohen, Long Island Alzheimer's.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Tori Cohen, and I'm the Executive Director of the Long Island Alzheimer's and Dementia Center, which is located just down the street in Westbury, and we're a hands-on programs and services for people that are dealing with Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. And I'm here today to let you all know that we are writing to urge the Nassau County Legislature to bring the Chesnell-Veyard program to the floor for approval. For everyone to know that the baby boom generation has begun to reach age 65 and beyond, the age range at greatest risk for Alzheimer's disease. In fact, the oldest members of the baby boom generation turned 74 in 2020. As America's first suburb, home to the original baby boomers, it should come as no surprise that nearly 20% of Nassau County residents will be over 60 by the year 2040. The population of Nassau residents between ages 55 and 64 has increased 48% since 2000. Yet despite this, Nassau County is behind the curve when it comes to addressing many of the challenges of helping people at this population age in place. Nassau County's current Project Lifesaver integration with this silver alert system is a powerful tool for protecting the safety and welfare of those who are cognitively impaired. However, the $325 enrollment fee is cost prohibitive for many families. The Chesnell Veyard program would bridge this gap for these families and make it possible for them to receive this type of bracelet, which is super, super important for this population because every day there is someone that's diagnosed with this disease, and out of, as we say, every 65 seconds, and we always seem to hear about someone who's lost, and for that family, that is possibly the worst thing that could happen to them when you're already dealing with a disease that's really not a 24-hour disease, it's a 36-hour disease. So we are respectively calling upon the Nassau County Legislature to include the Chesnell Veyard program in this floor for discussion. We further request that the legislature approve funding for this program in the upcoming budget cycle, so that families such as these, all living in Nassau County as well, at our center, have the potential to be able to receive these life-saving technologies. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Susan Hanson. Patrick Wayne, I think they asked to be called up, or Patrick Wynn, asked to be called up together.
This is my third time before you in 3 months. If you recall, I mentioned that a civic group, New York Citizens Audit, obtained state and county voter registration data via the Freedom of Information Act. After an extensive analysis, they notified numerous government officials of their findings, which have been ignored, criticized, and even vilified, with few exceptions. Their reported 2022 election findings include 35,000 more votes than voters who voted. What does that mean? You see, after an election, New York State reports the official vote count, but your voter registration record shows your voting history by date. The sum of everyone who voted in 2022 should match the 2022 vote count. It does not. For some inexplicable reason, there were an extra 35,000 votes. Over 48,000 voter registrations had a blank address. These records should not even be in the database. And yet, based on their voter history, over 16,000 voted. There is more, much more. But the good news is that New York Citizens Audit has already done much of the work necessary to identify some of the problems. Their analysis is the type of work the Board of Education should be doing to ensure the integrity of our elections. But this is just a start. Identifying the problems was difficult enough. Acknowledging, fixing, and preventing them in the future will be the real challenge. In August, New York Citizens Audit submitted their evidence to New York State. The state's response was to tell you and others, do not talk to New York Citizens Audit. My suggestion for you is to request from the New York State Board of Elections the subset of Nassau data they received showing voter irregularities. Then you can verify the evidence with your own county database. As logical as this sounds, I suspect they will deny your request. Hopefully, I'm wrong. I am skeptical because when New York Citizens Audit foiled for the transaction logs reflecting an audit trail of changes to the database, they were denied. I am skeptical because when ordinary citizens attempt to present their grievances, they are often ignored or worse, slandered. That is why I am appealing to you today, this legislative body at the county level, to listen, hear, and respond to the voice of ordinary citizens, the people you represent. Everyone can visit the website auditny.com for more details.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Wynn, Wisconsin, Suffolk County. I've been a resident of the state of New York for most of my life. In the September 11th, 2023 publication of the Epoch Times newspaper is an article titled, "Watchdog Discovers Thousands of Unexplained Changes in Florida Voter Rolls." One of the more encouraging things in this article is the dialogue that takes place between the Florida Citizens Audit Group and the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections. Yet here in the great state of New York, we have seen nothing like this. What we have seen is the vilification of honest citizens by the New York State Board of Elections co-executive directors. We have been referred to by these co-executive directors as bad actors who create malicious claims to feed a false narrative predicated on the fictional analysis of voter data. I ask a question of the members of the Nassau County Legislature. Is it fictional that Westchester County scanned in over 500,000 blank ballots in the 2022 general election? If it were, it shouldn't be on the New York State Board of Elections website, located under revision history for the 2022 general election and available to anyone who may care to look. And you may ask why honest citizens would bother to look. In Federalist Paper number 39, Publius gives us an answer. It is essential to such a government, a republic, that it be derived from the great body of the society, not from an inconsiderable proportion of a favored class, otherwise a handful of tyrannical nobles, exercising their oppressions by a delegation of their powers, might aspire to the rank of republicans and claim for their government the honorable title of republic. It is sufficient for such a government that the persons administering it be appointed either directly or indirectly by the great body of the people, and that they hold their appointments during pleasure for a limited period during good behavior. Otherwise, every government of the United States, as well as every other popular government that has been or can be well organized or well executed, would be degraded from the republican character. Any agency of the government created indirectly through legislators or directly by the people themselves are answerable to the people. The discoveries of numerous violations of election law, as well as irregularities in the voter rolls provided by the New York State Board of Elections, are most certainly not the result of a fictional analysis, and one has to wonder why these co-executive directors would want to create a hostile relationship between honest citizens looking for answers to legitimate questions and a government agency mandated with the responsibility to validate, certify, maintain an accurate and auditable record of elections. I'm going to sum it up here in a minute. So I just need a couple more seconds than what's left. No honest citizen would call the behavior of these bureaucrats good, and the creation of hostility rather than honest, forthright dialogue can only serve to indicate good reason for our suspicion. And is why we must insist that the resolution for an audit of the 2022 general election for both paper and electronic records be signed and adopted by your county legislature. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Pearl Jacobs.
Pearl Jacobs, Uniondale. I have here 20-year-old woman killed, 2 others critically injured in Rockville Center crash. That was this morning, 4:25 a.m. Sunday evening, same roadway, Rockville Center, Peninsula Boulevard. 2 killed, 3 badly hurt in separate Sunday crashes on Peninsula Boulevard and Rockville Center. I have a home in Queens, so I receive a local paper. And here, Queens News, it says, speed cameras lower traffic injuries. Department of Transportation, 1 year into 24/7 surveillance, fatalities are down by 25% because they implement Vision Zero. There were 74,683 crashes on Long Island in 2022. 35,748 in Suffolk, and 38,935 in Nassau, according to the preliminary statistics maintained by the University at Albany-based Traffic Study Institute. Of those crashes, 80 were killed and 14,514 were injured in Nassau County. Southern State Parkway is one of Long Island's deadliest roadways, and now a state trooper has been assaulted by a drunken driver. Our residential roads, our tertiary roads, have now become speedways, with reckless and drunk drivers now crashing into residential homes. What is your plan of action to put a stop to the out-of-control drunken, drugged, and reckless driving in Nassau County, as this is now a crisis? As I stated at the last meeting here, speed cameras are needed on Jerusalem Avenue, a roadway where a young student lost his life over 20 years ago. Speeding and reckless driving along this roadway has always been a problem, and now it is much worse. At last February's political forum hosted by the Uniondale PTA, students who attend Turtle Hook Middle School spoke about the concern for their safety as they crossed this dangerous roadway. They also asked for additional crossing guards on Jerusalem Avenue. At night, Jerusalem Avenue becomes a raceway with cars racing along this long stretch of roadway at upwards 80, 90 miles per hour. Residents whose homes are located on Jerusalem Avenue complain not only of the speeding, but of the excessive noise. Again, please do the right thing and put the safety of constituents first. Camera technology has proven to reduce traffic accidents and save lives. Again, a shout out to Assemblywoman Szilagyi for stepping up, putting Nassau County residents' lives first, and taking action against the reckless driving crisis here in Nassau County. And concerning the county executive's $4 billion budget, as a resident of Uniondale, an underserved community where residents are taxed, are poorly represented, receive no investment, and never mind our deteriorating infrastructure, we cannot even get our streets swept. Let's just call this what it is: taxation without representation. As for our veterans, they really do matter.
Please sum up.
I'm going to sum up. Just give me a minute, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. As for our veterans, they really do not matter. They fought for our country. Many died for our country, and they do not receive the basic necessities: decent shelter, mental health care, and healthy food options. Many of our veterans suffer from mental health issues, wander aimlessly through Nassau County. Where is the outreach? Many of our seniors, especially seniors of color, are residing in senior residents that are unsafe, unhealthy, and crime-ridden. Will this proposed $4 billion budget address these longstanding inequities? I would say not. Thank you.
All right, Cheryl Keshner, Long Island Language Advocates Coalition.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Keshner. I'm the coordinator of the Long Island Language Advocates Coalition, reading a statement on behalf of LILAC. We call upon Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman and the Nassau County Legislature to begin responsible and humane planning for any possible increase in the number of newly arrived immigrants being relocated from the southern border to the New York metropolitan area, including Nassau County. We condemn recent statements made by the county executive in which he made it clear that Nassau County would not welcome immigrant newcomers. Such statements are divisive and are anathema to the county's values of compassion and care. It is essential that Nassau County recognize the humanity of all immigrants, including those who are legally asking for asylum, and that we greet them with kindness, inclusion, and solidarity. Anything else is cruel and will foster a climate of fear and hatred within our communities. Contrary to the belief that receiving and supporting immigrants will undermine public safety, it is a very act of forcing them into the shadows with no means for employment, schooling, housing, or health care that creates unsafe conditions. While many new immigrants may seek out their own network of support, the county must ensure that the necessary resources are accessible to newcomers in the appropriate language, and that children and their families are not prevented from enrolling in school or in essential health care, housing, or nutrition programs. We urge Nassau County to foster a positive plan for long-term economic and social integration instead of embracing a strategy of rejection, divisiveness, and unreadiness, which will create generational trauma and negative impacts for years to come. Immigrants are not to be feared. They are the fabric of our society and contribute to our economy and to the vibrancy of our culture. Many are essential workers who have cared for the infirm, who have grown, prepared, and delivered our food, who have worked in factories, in construction, who are entrepreneurs, teachers, doctors, and lawyers. There is no reason to believe that a new generation of immigrants will make any less of a contribution as long as we allow them the opportunity to succeed. The county executive's job is to plan to handle unforeseen contingencies safely and efficiently. By refusing to do so, he is shirking his job responsibilities. Many organizations on Long Island, many of which are here, have stated that they are ready to assist newcomers, and Governor Hochul has stated that she has set aside $1 billion to assist municipalities in this endeavor. Instead of politically posturing, we call on County Executive Blakeman and the Nassau County Legislature to work cooperatively with state and county agencies and nonprofits, and to do their job in a way that will allow for a healthy integration of new and productive immigrants into our country and to our county. And lastly, I do want to also remind you that it's been 10 years since Nassau County made a promise to provide language access at county agencies, including interpretation and translation, and the county has failed to keep that promise. Now is the time for the county to live up to its responsibilities. Thank you.
Mita J. Meriday.
Alrighty, Nita J. Meriday, where does one begin? $4 billion budget. Talk about hysterical. We're still trying to figure out what happened with the $3 billion budget. I stand here, and I'm glad that someone brought up the point with regard to the veteran services, because I read this nice little piece in the Herald by Mr. Bruderman about improving operations at the medical center, and I've stood before this body on numerous occasions addressing resources that could be very insightful, impactful, and most importantly, helpful to our thousands of underserved veterans in Nassau County. He writes that we brace for a nearly $1 billion reduction in aid to close payment gaps for those who can't afford medical care. In many cases, those are our veterans. But again, it keeps to falling on deaf ears, because it seems that the further embarrassment that's become a global situation when you have your former commander-in-chief who's under 4 indictments and, 91 causes of action. It's just ridiculous. And then you have Read Newsday, where you see that your county executive's name is in lights and the rest of you are maybe 2 points. So what is this, the B&B and the et cetera show? I'm not sure. But $4 billion is a lot of money to not invest in the communities that need it the most. We had a presentation the other night at one of the community meetings where we had the police officers that were like, hey, you get before your legislative body, tell them we need more than the one police radar trailer, particularly in the 1st precinct. I don't know if the other precincts have any, to address the speed that, the speed traps and the issues that are killing our residents, as Pearl and Richard and others have mentioned. That's something we need to address. But again, with regard to our veterans and the lack of support services, we need to do a better job. And I haven't seen anything upcoming in this budget that's speaking to that. I would hate to bring a news crew, a national news crew, to our hardworking veteran service officer office location, because they would be appalled at the conditions that they have to operate in. The yeoman's job that they do, but the conditions they have to operate in. We need to do better. We have a facility. The state is saying that they've had money. The federal government clearly has money. We have a budget gap. I don't understand what the problem is. Actually, I do understand what the problem is, but the voters in this county need to basically wake up and rise up, because the issues that are pertaining to all of us, whether it's immigrants who are here, and I will sum up and others were given the opportunity to do so, those that were brought here by choice or by force, they're here. And if there's an opportunity for us to do better, I would think it would need to start with those men and women who gave their lives on a variety of battlefields and are dying in droves as we speak. You know, again, I know I'm just speaking to the crowd, and someone may be listening with their popcorn and Pepsi because Mita J. Meriday is standing here with my 5 herniated discs and in a back brace. But if I have to continue to do that until we do actually affect some change and address some issues, and plus, finally, a budget that's going to, yes, rightfully so, increase the number of police officers that we have on the street. But has anybody counted the number of officers that have to ride in the same broken down cars that they operate in? And we need to get, as I said, can we please get one more police radar trailer in the 1st district, the 1st precinct, and maybe the other 7? And again, let's think about our veterans. Salute to all those who died on 9/11, and let's also remember our World Trade Center first responders like myself. Thank you, and I'll take my seat.
We need a motion to suspend the rules. It's going to be necessary for the Chodkowski settlement, which will be going through rules in the full legislature later. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All those in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the rules are suspended. Now we have, moving on to the consent calendar. These are items that went through committees a couple of weeks ago, and it's been agreed by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed on these items at this time. Item 5, Ordinance 53. Item 6, Ordinance 54. Item 7, Ordinance 55. Item 8, Ordinance 56. Item 9, Ordinance 57. Item 10, Ordinance 58. Item 11, Ordinance 59. Item 12, Ordinance 60. Item 13, Resolution 178. 15, Resolution 180. 16, Resolution 181. 17, Resolution 182. 18, Resolution 183. 19, Resolution 184. 20, Resolution 185. 22, Resolution 187. 23, Resolution 188. 24, Resolution 189. 25, Resolution 190. 26, Resolution 191. Motion by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Ford. Any debate or discussion among the legislators? Hearing none, all in favor of the consent items signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, they carry unanimously. So now we're going to calendar number 14, Resolution 179. It is a resolution approving an amendment via Memorandum of Understanding to the collective bargaining agreement between the County of Nassau and the Civil Service Employees Association. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. That puts the item before us, and I'll turn the floor over to the administration.
Good afternoon. Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. The item before you is an MOU with the CSEA union, which is a deal that terms over 13 years that provides general wage increases between 2 and 3% over the term of the agreement. It also provides a $3,000 sign-on bonus for some full-time employees. In addition, employees with 15 years of service or more will get $2,000 stipend. There was a change in the health coverage from to NYSHIP Excelsior. It provides between $4 and $6 million for a healthcare reimbursement account to help offset some of the costs that an employee might have from the switch in the benefit. It also, which is the big ticket items, I will say, it unfreezes wages for the most part to the college chart. In a staged fashion, it'll be 60% in 2026, and in a full amount, up in 2024, it'll be 60%, and it'll be 100% in 2026. So we've actually restored the chart back to the pre-NYFA wage freeze. It also provides vesting for 20 years of service. Now you have to vest for 20 years of service starting in 2026. It eliminates 2 vacation days for the period of 2024 to 2026. That provides savings in the contract. The daily workday will increase from 6.75 to 7 hours, and the termination will be capped at 1.5 times base salary, and emergency leave is capped at 4 days. It was a long, arduous process, I will say that much. Both sides, as with every negotiation, nobody gets everything that they want, but we believe this is a fair and equitable deal that fits within the county's financial structure. It also provides better wages for our employees, which has been one of the major concerns that we've heard from this body and from the union and from people around here. So it's a very, very good, fair deal. There's some things that people are going to like and some things aren't going to like. But in fairness, to the point that this agreement is sound and is long, it provides a good, stable base to keep which is the primary function of civil service, is to keep government running in the absence of who's ever elected or anything else. They have the key role to make this place run. So it is a fair deal that I think based on the vote of the union and how it came out, I think it's a fair and equitable deal to both the CSEA and to the county. So I'm here to field any questions that you may have. I know it's a short synopsis, but I'm sure there's going to be some questions that you may have.
I know that a number of the people who are here who will be speaking in a moment are concerned about the retirement health benefits and the change from the service requirement from 10 years to 20 years effective June 29th, 2026. Question is for you is, how did that provision work its way into the contract?
It was a joint bargaining thing between us and the union, and that's really, I mean, they came and we agreed to it because the fact that we have CSEA members who want to get short-term benefits for a short-term career, that's great, but this lengthened it, but we also monetized them. And like I said in the beginning, the purpose is not to make short-term careers here, it's to make long-term careers here. So I think a 20-year vesting, and it's been changed in the past, just so we're aware, it has gone up and accelerated in other years. So this is just another means that in order to get the wages up, we had to manipulate numbers, and that's how this worked. So, and that's how we got there. So,
the information that we were provided was that Mr. DeLavison, who was counsel retained by NIFER for labor negotiations, insisted that this provision be in the contract, which is the reason why it wound up in this final agreement.
We worked with him hand in hand because this is the way we've done it in the past, because it's just the path to get it through the NIFA. But no, wasn't his adamant concern. It was negotiated between the two parties, and we agreed to it because it provided a level of savings that would provide a better chart. So, and they're getting a credit for something that they didn't have in the past. So it wasn't insisting; it was a negotiated thing.
Okay. Any legislators have questions for Mr. Percy? You want to go? Sure. Arnie, then you. Okay. Great. Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Andy, how much money in dollars will the county be realizing by switching from the Empire to the Excelsior plan over the course of the contract?
Over the course, just give me 1 second. It's a rather significant number. About $210 million. I had two numbers in my head for retiree health benefits in total, but a total of $210 million over the 13 years.
And does that factor in the additional revenue as a result of the increase in copays that the members will have to pay?
That's what the HRA was set up for. There's an HRA component to help offset any additional costs that an employee might have as a result of the switch in the plan.
Okay. So you just used the word, we had to manipulate the numbers. Would you like kind of talk us about?
Maybe I should rephrase that.
Yes.
We calculated the numbers to come up with the savings, to make sure that we conform to the pattern that we're required to do, which, in fairness, if I had to do this again, pattern bargaining is easier, because you have to realize that everybody wants, when you're negotiating, everybody wants more, and that's just the term, for lack of a better thing. That's what unions are here to do, and management is to say no, so it's part of the negotiating process, but it's a calculated number that we calculated to fit in to what, in order to fix the chart, to give the stipends, to do all these other things. The wages were the problem here, and in order to do that, we had to come up with a different solution, so, and that's how we did it. There's a couple things that's common in some of the other union agreements. There was things that were good and bad, and this is one of the things that we came up with that I think both sides agreed to. So,
okay, I'm going to let my colleagues ask questions too. I don't want to monopolize.
Sure. Legislator Fino?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hi, Mr. Persick. I have a question regarding how you arrived at some of those salaries. Was there a comparative study done in terms of interfacing with other municipalities to determine salaries that are being paid locally or regionally?
No, we didn't do that. What we did was, because, every municipality is going to have a different wage based on the size of their budgets and everything else. But what we did is when we looked at the size of the increases by fixing the OAOB chart, which is a term that's termed around here, we're centralizing, or we're simplifying the step charts, and we're giving the employees a very a fair and equitable deal. So
fair and equitable
in the sense of what could fit into our budget and how we could do this. So, I mean, look, we could, if we start selectively picking out positions and everything else, this negotiation would have went on forever.
Okay.
There are some positions that sometimes we will do side MOUs or MOAs that if we feel that there's a low, we will do that post fact. But I think when you look at what the increases are, you will see that it's a very, very fair deal to the employees and to the county too, because we can afford to fit that into what we're getting as far as a credit on the other side of it.
Right. So, but my concern is being competitive, right? Because we have routinely said that we have challenges being able to expand our workforce and bring some things in-house versus having, these things provided through private professional services contracts. And so, case in point, I know we were trying to make sure that a lot of the IT work, especially, in the day and age of being concerned with cybersecurity, that we could bolster that department, would be actualized by way of being competitive. And so, and there were some other departments that we found out weren't so competitive either, in terms of the salaries. And so therefore we were unable to hire in those positions. We did not spend any time to determine whether these increases to those salaries would bring competitiveness.
Well, to the point is that we go out and say what's Suffolk making compared to us? No, we didn't. But we came up with a solution that would provide wages that I think were fair to the employee, that was overwhelmingly approved by the union itself. And I think a lot of the things we were doing were very messy when we did these things by doing waivers and everything else. But if you look at what the average range is for the increases, look, we can't afford to pay people, I'm going to use a number, $1 million, because I'm sure everybody wants to make the most, but we had to fit it in to what we could actually budgetarily, afford. So
Okay.
that's why.
I hear you. So, but the excuse then of coming back to this body when we ask those questions of you, of the administration into the future when we can't hire in these positions, that, we can't compete with Suffolk, or we can't compete with, other parts of the region, is going to fall flat with me, because this is when our administration should have been doing that work. And you can rebut or
Maybe the better way to answer it is I don't think, and I think our union representation will tell you that I think we're not far off from some of the Suffolk numbers, which is probably our biggest competitor. I mean, or if that's what you want to call it, our neighboring county. I think when you look at what we're paying and our wages compared to them, we looked at this many years ago, but the point is that certain positions, we couldn't just selectively pick out what positions. There are other positions that are going up rather high, and there's some positions that are actually, fair and equitable. And I think, to your point is, I think we have to wait and see right now to see if that holds true. But I think this is going to be a very, very, it's going to entice people to come to work in Nassau County because of what we did as far as wage increases and step charts. So I think it's a TBD to say that that we're not competitive with Suffolk or we're not competitive with New York City. We're comparing apples to oranges sometimes, but I think our chart, when you look at it, when you look at Suffolk County, I think probably would be somewhat comparable.
Okay, I hope I'm clear to what
Understood.
I'm saying.
Your point is taken, and I don't know if I am.
And I don't put that at the feet of the union. I'm putting that at the feet of the administration, because you have come routinely and told us that we cannot hire in-house because we're not competitive. And I'm saying if we went through this process and the administration did not do any work to ensure that we are competitive and that we can attract people to come here, then shame on you guys in this process. I'm making that clear in this moment. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about, I want to do this, let me talk to you a little bit about the actual health care component of this CBA, to the extent that Excelsior is now going to be replacing the Empire plan, correct? NISHIP.
That is correct.
Okay.
We are taking the entire union body and putting it in there.
Okay.
Totality.
And I spent some time speaking to the union, and I had some real grave concerns, and as we all did, and they were able to explain to us a little bit about how this plan will work locally, and why some of the concerns and the angst that was birthed out of this process by some of their employees regarding Excelsior was because we're actually going to be the biggest bargaining unit that will sign into Excelsior, and we will be bringing its largest number of membership into that plan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so what I was learning was that some of the employees were calling, right, around to their respective doctors and specialists, and they were told, Excelsior plan, we don't have the Excelsior plan. We don't know what that is. And that's because there was an unfamiliarity to it, because we may have one or two small little bargaining units that are actually in Excelsior. Is that correct as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we are bringing the largest number of membership to Excelsior. And I spoke to them about ensuring that the members, well, let me change that the doctors and the providers in the area, that we do some level of a public service, kind of announcement, and really do a lot around awareness that this plan is available under the United Healthcare umbrella, because folks are calling doctors and they're saying, we don't accept Excelsior, we don't know anything about Excelsior. And so the union has told me, and they identified the person within their staff that will spend a lot of time and has spent some time doing some marketing outreach on that, but I do think some of that also will fall to the burden of the county to make sure that, the doctors in the area know what Excelsior is, and that it exists, and that that our employees, their patients, can be serviced under that insurance plan. Is that something that you have been made aware of? And
we had extensive conversations with the union, with the state on this stuff, and some of the concerns that were voiced, I think, were not really true. I think there was a lot of misinformation going out there. But let me just say this, and I don't know what the healthcare insurance world is going to look like in 5 years from now. We're starting to see some of the effects of COVID in pricing and costing. The downstate region in New York is probably one of the most expensive places for healthcare in the state of New York. Just so you're aware, there's two sections of it. There's downstate and upstate. So I don't know what it's going to look like, and what the future holds as far as health insurance, I do not know. I mean, for all of us, that's what the unknown is there. But to the fact that we were able to find a plan that fit the needs financially of what we were trying to do with the contract was a win for both sides. And I think there was some give backs that the CSEA members will be giving, but on the other side of it, there was some financial benefit as a result of that switch. So I think it'll even out in the end. And we are contributing between $4 and $6 million to the HRA to help offset any additional costs that may be had. But I think I was a little skeptical. I'm not going to lie to you. But when it all came down to it, the way it was accepted with the union, I think told me something too. So I think it's a good thing for both sides, is what I will say.
So, in terms of skepticism, I share in that, right? I don't like being first. I don't buy first generation anything, because I want people to work out kinks, and I come through later and sail through with a refined product. But we are going into this you know, being somewhat first, especially being so large, right? So I really would like to make sure that we do have some level of, you know, some real eyes that are committed to being on this plan, to make sure that our employees aren't going to fall through some gap, some gray area. And I also want to make sure, because we are first, basically, to this market based on the size of our union, that the county also doesn't in some way have this balloon. I'm told that there was some actuary services that were committed to this process to make sure that we don't have something balloon at the, you know, in year 5. But you know, I'm concerned about that as a fiduciary, but as an advocate for our employees, I have trepidation, right? But 79% of the union, you know, agreed to do this, and I don't, you know, I'd like to think that, you know, we're moving into something would be great for them into the future, but we have to keep our eyes on it. We have to have people that are dedicated to keeping their eyes on how this plan is functioning, and I'd like to have some level of commitment on the record as to, you know, how you plan to do that.
Well, I believe there's and correct me if I'm wrong, there's a stipulation or a condition in there that we're going to review this on an annual basis with the HRA to see how things are working out. So I think, you know, look, we're trying to provide a good workplace with good benefits to our employees. So we don't want to see this fail. We are aware that the largest people in there, but it is, remember, it's Night Ship Excelsior. It's just got not Night Ship Empire, it's Night Ship Excelsior, which is a very similar program that I believe majority, if not all, the doctors that are in the book are in the same book of the Excelsior plan. And keep in mind, Night Ship, let me just give everybody what I've learned during this process is something about Night Ship that we all need to be aware of. Night Ship is more like a wholesale insurance because there's the United Healthcare, which is not Night Ship, and then there's Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is the hospitalization. So what we're doing is Night Ship is just a pool of insurance that they're doing it, and they're administering who gets what. As I said earlier, I don't know what health insurance is going to look like in 5 years from now. And I think we all have to be prepared that something is going to change. I mean, you just can't sustain this level of cost when it comes to health insurance and everything else. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's to be determined what's going to happen in the future, but just keep that in mind that the landscape may change in the near future.
Say we'll see what happened. We don't know what it looks like. I just need to, what do you mean by that?
I'm talking about financially, and when I
How
say
it will
that,
impact the
how
county.
it's going to impact,
Okay.
because I'm the finance guy. You got to realize I look at it through the set of glasses of how much it's going to cost me. I'm not looking. Look, I'm not looking to harm any
I just needed
employees
that,
or anything
that's
else.
fine.
No.
I just needed it cleared up because
There's
I
an
don't want people
uncertainty.
who are listening that are employees saying,
No.
he's saying we got to see what it looks like in 5 years, meaning they don't know what their plan will look like in 5 years. So I just wanted to clarify that. One other point. The $4 million that's going to be set aside annually, and I guess will be prorated, something about prorations per month in the actual plan. So I understand who's eligible. I just we don't have any understanding how that will be administered, and that's because there is no administrator of that plan in the moment, correct?
We are working to do an RFP to get an HRA administrator in by January. We have to, and that's what we're going to figure out. We're going to some of these sticking points still are going to be worked out of the funding, whether it's single family, what you're going to get as far as dollars and everything else. So the county will work with the CSEA membership to bring that to light and figure out how we're going to administer the plan. But we know what the number is. We know what the number is, and we'll figure out determining based on the population and the pool of people, because it fluctuates all the time. So that, the families become singles at some point, but we will work to figure out the logistics of the plan of the HRA.
And is that like a side agreement, or how does that work?
No, it's going to when we get an HRA administrator in there, we will figure out how we're going to what accounts. I would imagine individuals. It's like a flexible spending account, but it's not. It's going to be very similar to that, like that setup is what I would say. So,
is that something that routinely we would have had done during the negotiation?
Meaning, we came up with a number that the county and the union agreed upon based on the population of the union membership and how much we thought how much it was going to cost to fund for each individual account.
And that's $4 million.
$4 million going to 5 to 6. It increases over time, which is to say that, you know, sometimes costs are going to rise, and, you know, it's going to, you know, we're trying to offset some of those additional costs that we might see in the future. So,
Okay, and then my final thing I want to close out on is Juneteenth. It appears that every municipal government in the region and even some public benefit corporations are providing Juneteenth to their employees. And there was legislation that was filed back when the federal government announced their commitment to Juneteenth as a holiday. And it was filed locally here at the county. And I think we may have been first to file. We might have been first out of the gate, but we're sitting here last, and we don't have Juneteenth as a holiday. And this was not negotiated into the CSEA contract, and I'm just trying to figure out why that would not have been the case.
what I can tell you is that we'd have to go back to the other collective bargaining units, because we can't have some with a day off and some not, because the cost would have been, we can't have operations, police communication operators not being, and we have the police department working. So maybe we will look in the future to figure out a way that we could fit this in, maybe with sidely, but right now when we were doing this contract, it was too complex, and it took us almost 6 months to get here, so I think it wasn't, we would have had to go back and reopen the other contracts in order to get.
Well, some of those contracts came after the.
Agreed. I mean, but, you know, we couldn't.
So we could have started somewhere, right? And then we could have worked to have MOUs for the others that was settled prior to. And so this is not my first time addressing this administration regarding Juneteenth. And it's really, it's really doesn't, to me, it's not passing a smell test, right? For that there's anybody that you're moving forward in good faith in an effort to recognize Juneteenth. And this is something that's being celebrated across this country. And you mean to tell me a community that is as diverse as Nassau County and with unions, especially CSEA, that is home to as many African Americans, the bulk of your African American population sits in that CSEA bargaining unit, and it's lost on me why the administration would not, in good faith, work towards putting that in and hide behind the fact that other bargaining units, you'd have to open it up. It's just in bad taste. And you know, I feel that we could have achieved this. We've achieved more difficult things in this county than giving folks the opportunity to have the Juneteenth holiday. And so I'm not accepting anything you said on the record regarding that. I do appreciate everything else that you've stated and clarified for me.
Minority Leader Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Andy, I have some questions on the financial construction of the agreement, but just to piggyback on Legislator Bino as pertains to Juneteenth, obviously Juneteenth is a very significant and should be acknowledged holiday that's expressed all throughout the country. But the county, our county, is becoming more and more diverse. Legislator Lafazan in the past has basically tried to put in legislation to recognize other holidays, such as Diwali and other holidays, in celebration of that cultural diversity that our county has. It was brought to our attention that the discussion of the Juneteenth holiday would be an expense to the county if we were trying to recognize it on that particular day. But like many municipalities, as well as many in the private sector, they have recognized it as a floating holiday, which would obviously, I would think, drastically reduce the expenditure. Is that the case, or your discussions didn't get that far, or it was hung up on that particular day?
It was hung up because of the other collective bargain CBA agreements or MOUs that we had in place. Again, I'm going to say it, we couldn't give to one without the other. It was an arduous process, which I'm not saying we can't revisit this in the future. I'm not saying that right now. I'm not putting it on the hands that we didn't. But at the point in time, in order to get this deal done and keep reopening other contracts, we we wouldn't have a CSEA agreement if we kept going back and asking. I'm just being honest with you. It's a long process. We were trying to fit a square peg into a round hole at some point. So
I get it.
So
I would love to see an analysis, and maybe we can ask Budget Review to do it. Is also our understanding that the hospital didn't need a negotiation, didn't need a contract to be open. The very same hospital, quite frankly, that's losing a bunch of money, but figured in recognition to its employees did the right thing and just did an MOU that recognized Juneteenth for all the CSEA workers at the hospital. To me, I can't believe we're in much better financial shape, at least by the county executive's testament, than the hospital. And the hospital's able to do this, but we're not. It just it doesn't seem like there's a strong parallel here in terms of recognizing that holiday.
Agreed. And again, what I'm going to say is, I think we can revisit this at a future date. I don't think it's going to be taken off the table. I hear what this body is saying. We will take a look at it. But I think, again, it was too complex for where we were at with this deal, which was a 6-month negotiation, to try and fit the other pieces of the other bargaining units to make it, because it has to all line up.
I get
because
you.
Again, I'm going to use the analogy. I can't have CB operators and medics being off on a day, even though they're not, they work holidays, but I'm using it as an example. We have to just make sure we coincide that with the other collective bargaining agreements so that it's all on the same page.
Two things, Andy, and then I'm going to move on. One, it doesn't have to be recognized, and I believe, based on what I've seen in the private sector, what I've seen in other municipalities, it shouldn't be considered that it can't be done because it has to be recognized on that particular day. Other municipalities, other people in the private sector have recognized it on a different day, a floating holiday. They've also recognized it as a cultural diversity day. So it would basically be encompassing of many other religious or holidays as well. So I think from that standpoint, we could do a little bit better. This is the kind of thing that, honestly, I hear what you're saying, and I have the utmost respect for you. But at the same time, this is the kind of thing I don't think the CSEA or any collective bargaining unit should have to negotiate for this. There's certain things that, in terms of recognition of our employees, I can't believe if we went back 40 or 50 years that we would have to negotiate for Martin Luther King Day or any other important, significant holiday that has come up over the years. There's certain things that I like to think that should be incorporated into the county's holiday schedule, and this is one of them. That being said, I want to get into a little bit of the crux in terms of how the contract, the agreement was formulated. I was reading through OLBR's report, and it had indicated that 210, I think by your estimates as well, comes from savings from the switch from Empire to the Excelsior. That's
correct.
Okay. In the discussions with Mr. DeLaverson, with the county, with the union, was there a number that they had to reach, a total number they had to reach, and could you share that number with us?
It's not what had happened. How do I say this? Let me just think about my words here because I want to make sure I say this right. There was not a number they had to reach. It was a number that we all agreed upon as far as what the credit would be for that piece of the contract, meaning we got a number. We went through an actuary. We got a number that said this is what we think the costs are going to be, which on the upfront seemed to be a little higher, but as you go over time, because we're going to be the largest participant in the Excelsior plan, the diminishing returns that in savings we would have had scared us too, like everybody else. That's why we got a third party to look at this and give us what we thought was a fair number, and we agreed with the union on what that number would be.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Andy, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No,
I guess what I'm about to say, I wasn't clear. So I wasn't talking about the savings in terms of the Excelsior versus the Empire program. I was talking about, was there a savings number that the CSEA, in terms of what their contract was going to cost, was there a number that their contract could not go over a certain budgeted number?
We had to stick. First of all, we had to stick. That's why it's broken up. We had to stick to pattern bargaining, which is why, even though they ended up getting additional benefits after 2026, but that's why the contract is termed that way. But to the point is that was not a number in our head that we said, you got to give us $300 million in savings. It kind of fit in when we took the Excelsior savings, we were able to, I don't want to say manipulate, we were able to calculate how much we could go with the college chart. That's why it's 60% starting January 2024, and then it goes to 100% in 2026. So that's how we kind of fit the numbers in. We were trying to fix the step charts, and part of that component was built in between the numbers that we calculated the step chart to be, along with what the Excelsior program and a few other things. It wasn't just that one item. There were multiple of items on there we got to. So that's how we got to where we figured out how we could do all these things.
So no, I was going to get to that because if I'm reading through the OLBR report, obviously the $210 million is a big crux of the savings, but it also identifies additional savings that was contributed towards the actual contract, such as I know CSA workers are going to have to work an additional 15 minutes per workday and so on and so forth. I do want to get to one particular item in the savings because I'm just trying to figure out, was it something that needed to be required to get to a certain number, and that's why I'm driving at. Obviously, the change in 2026 for individuals that have 10 years of service with the county is going to be a change. So, but that particular item, if I'm understanding it correctly, looking through all the reports, is going to generate $2.1 million in savings, and it impacts roughly about 100 people, right?
Thereabouts, yes, I would say that's correct.
$2.1 million over the life of the agreement.
Correct.
And the life of the agreement is how much again?
13 years.
13 years, and how much total money?
Roughly $760 million on my cost. I think Maurice is very close to what we costed it out at. So
$760 million.
Over 13 years.
Okay, and I don't have a calculator with me, but 2.1 million is what percentage of 760 million?
It's a very small percentage, but there's future cost savings that'll help us. I mean, with the vesting period, that we should see, meaning that we have an OPEB liability. It's going to assist us with that. And again, I think, we're not part of civil services role, which is what, when you enter the union, we collectively bargained with the union. This is what they wanted. This is one of the things. We can't just start selectively pulling pieces out now, because then it changes the term. No, I'm just telling you that's why.
I'm trying to understand the rationale.
Yeah, but that's how we ended up where we were at, and the fact that we're extending it came with a monetary incentive for you to stay, and it kind of coincides to, if you look back. First of all, there's an age requirement, I think, that has to be 55. The other thing, too, is for the New York State pension system, you get your biggest money if you make the 20 years. So it kind of goes hand in hand with that. And we don't want a lot of turnover. The argument was that we can't keep people, retain people. We don't want turnover here. That's the primary function of civil service, is continuity of services within the county. And they're the backbone of what we do here. From deed recordings to ambulance workers, and I can keep going down the list, they're the ones, but we don't want to have turnover. That's what we're trying to prevent. And the fact that we've offered an incentive to lengthen the vesting period was the reason we did it. I think that was it wasn't monetary then? Well, it was monetary to a point, yes. It did have some monetary savings. And the future costs could probably be higher too. So,
but it can't all be monetary, because I mean, there was no target number in savings that you were expecting from the contract. I mean, we were kind of thinking, 210 here, 15 minutes here from the savings of an extra workday. But were we targeting towards a number?
Yes, we were. We were targeting toward a pattern number, which you're going to hear 1476, because that's what we did with the other unions, and that's the pattern we established. So 1476 was the total cost. So to your point, maybe I didn't answer you properly earlier, but that's how we got. How we did what we did was sticking to the previous patterns we did for the other unions, which was 1476.
So we were driving towards a number, and then this actually fit the bill of 2.1 million.
Precisely.
Got it.
And maybe I didn't answer that correctly, but I think maybe that clarified it.
That does clarify it. Okay. All right. And if I understand it correctly, the savings that comes from the Excelsior versus the Empire would save 75%. So the big crux of the savings comes from that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's how we funded the college charts, to unfreeze the salary wages that were frozen by NYFA back in 2014. That's what we did. We unfroze the wage charts. College charts weren't frozen. They were not part of it.
Okay. No, I understand.
So, it's a win-win for everybody. We're unraveling some of the things that NYFA has instituted, and that's how we're doing it. So.
Okay. So basically, if I'm understanding everything correctly, those individuals that have worked 10 years in the county come, I think it's June 2026?
June 2026, yes.
June 2026, if they do not have 20 years and they choose to retire, they will no longer receive retirement benefits.
And no, they will. If they terminate before January, if they have 10 years and they terminate in 2026, they have the option to leave with the health benefit.
Now, maybe I'm not answering my question correctly. Let me try again. So if I'm in the county, currently right now I have 3 years. In 2026, if I choose to terminate from the county, and I'm sorry, that wouldn't be right. In 2030, I'm sorry, if I choose to terminate from the county and I have 10 years, which is after 2026, I would basically no longer be able to get retirement benefits in my 11th year.
Correct.
Right? Am I saying that correct? All right, I just want to make sure I'm saying it correct. So that particular change, right, impacts 100 people, as I said before, roughly. More than 100. I don't. Well, let Andy. What's
it's approximately between 100. It's roughly around 100. It might be a little north of 100. So.
Okay. So, did the county? I guess this was an initiative that was negotiated between the collective bargaining unit and the county. Did the county look at the individuals that are impacted to determine some of the criteria that you talked about in terms of, like you talked about incentive to stay, right? And I totally understand that. Look,
right.
I've been here 22 years.
You know,
I got incentives to stay to some degree, so I get that. But I guess what I'm asking is, did the county do an analysis to determine what that makeup of individuals was? Because maybe some of those individuals don't have the ability to stay. I don't know, because I'm not going to try to cast aspersions or figure out the age of individuals. But if, say for example, if I came to the county later in life, maybe I came at the age of 52. Maybe 60, 55, and now I'm being forced, not being forced, but I'm being asked in the agreement to now work to the age of 75. Did the county do that analysis to determine where a lot of those people lied?
We did an analysis. We looked at it again, but I hate to say this, we can't and I'm not diminishing the people who are impacted. So let me just say that, but. It's like we did this agreement for the masses of the people in order to give them a financial benefit as a result of this. This was one of the means to get there. So we didn't look at the individual and, we didn't say, oh, we're looking to harm Joe Smith because they don't have it. It was a financial benefit that we got to do other things with inside the contract.
I get that. And obviously, as all of us, the 19 of us here, we're all fiduciary officers of the county, and we're going to look at the confines and the agreement in terms of how it saves money for the county. I'm just trying to make sure I understand some of the rationale. Because to me, if we were able to do that analysis, and this is all about, it kind of ties into what Legislator Bino started with when it pertains to Juneteenth. And this is all about how we treat and how we give respect to our employees, because and I'm not doing that for this. What I'm trying to say is that we talk about it's hard to hire people. It becomes even harder when you have people that, whether it's 100, 200, whatever the number is, that feel this way, that feel that they've been treated unfairly. And I think if there was an analysis that showed that, look, if there is a younger person that can achieve that 20 years and it's still within their retirement scheme to be able to do that, I understand why you want to incentivize that person who may be 28, 30 years old and you want them to work to 50 in the county. Totally get that. But if we did an analysis and we saw that some people were a little bit later in life and they were looking forward to that retirement branch. And then we suddenly pull the rug out from them, and we tell them, instead of going to 65, you got to go to 75 to get the same benefit you would have got at 65. And that analysis showed that the number was smaller. This is the kind of thing, like I said, same thing about Juneteenth. It shouldn't have to be negotiated. It's the kind of thing that if it impacted 30 or 40 people, we should just be doing it because it's the right thing to do. And when we're talking about numbers of 2.1 million savings for all of the people, and granted, some folks that will fall into the area that they will keep working, that number is going to be reduced, I would think. But the folks that wanted to stop working, that I can't believe that that number is drastically that much higher. I would love to see that analysis. I'm not going to see that analysis today, I'm guessing, because obviously it can't be provided in the time for this vote. But I would love to see that analysis because I can't believe we are talking about millions of dollars, or not even close to the $2.1 million of the folks that are nearing retirement age that would have to put in an extra 10 years and to be able to do the right thing and give them health insurance benefits instead of them having to do the 20 years instead of do the 10. Just to grandfather them. And I'm not talking about starting anew. I'm talking about taking care of those that are there already. But I envision that analysis is not coming. And like I said before, I just want to state, my position in regards to this on the record in terms of how we're treating our employees.
It's noted, and it was negotiated between the two parties, and we looked at it, and this is what we thought was a way of giving to fit the pattern bargaining. This is the way we did it. So
I get that.
So
I get that the fact that it's been negotiated.
And we negotiated for the 3,800 other people who did this, which was the thing that we did. So, and it was overwhelmingly approved by the membership. So,
I get the fact that it's been negotiated. I totally understand that, and I understand that the county, it takes two to tango, and so trust me, I totally get that. But like I said, the county is definitely has recognized the fact that it has become very hard to hire people. That's very largely part because of the salary scale, which I'm glad to see both sides have come together to address. But I also think it's the treatment. So I do think in this aspect we could have done better. And I do believe also in this aspect that I don't believe that it would have cost a tremendous amount of money if we did the proper analysis to determine the folks that are being impacted, that 100, 200, whatever number is. I truly believe that number is going to be smaller when you start to look at the individuals that are very close to that retirement, unless you did that analysis already.
We did an extensive analysis on who was the number of individuals. We didn't look at names or who it was or anything else, but there was an analysis done. We know there are certain people who will have 10 years that have the ability to retire of that pool of people, right? I'm just...
So, Eddie, I don't want to belabor this, but the analysis that was done, what was the criteria that was used?
Well, it was the selection based on age and years of service, you know what I mean, and when their hire date was. So there was an analysis done of who's going to fall into that window or bucket I will use of where they're going to land, and it's.
What was the age cutoff?
I don't even know off the top of my head. So we used a different variety of different we had to look at hire date first because that's what it was, the way it was done. Okay, but the other thing too was that we looked to see how many people would be impacted and what the savings would be based on those people. So that's how it was done.
It just seems to me if there was, and look, I'm not going to speak for the union, and obviously I understand it's when you're putting together this type of agreement, it's like looking at a knitted sweater, and you start pulling the string, everything starts to unravel. And the union, you said it before, and I think they've said it to us in the past. They put in many, many years to get to this point to where they are today. And look, we are not trying to unravel their deal or unravel something that you said 79% of the membership has voted for. What we're trying to figure out is, it seems like a very small percentage of folks that are being impacted by this. I mean, we're talking about, a tremendous deal, one that's going to be able to save the county hundreds of over $250 $30 million, if I understand this correctly. And it just seems to boggle the mind of that savings. You know, we talked about $2.1 million of a $760 million deal, and we're talking about 100 people. I understand everything is tied together, but it just seems like we're missing the ball again in terms of trying to take care of our employees. But thank you again, Andy, for your testimony today.
Legislator Ford.
Hey, Andy, how are you?
How are you?
Okay. I won't be as lengthy, but I just want to, first of all, I just want to congratulate the county as well as the union on negotiating this contract. I know that is not accepted by everybody here, but overall, I guess, when you look at it globally, it is a good contract. Not only does it save the county money, but it does appear that we're going to look at some salary increases for many of the CSEA workers who are here in the county. And, you know, and I believe that it is going to result in some higher starting salaries that will attract more and more people to come to work for the county.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But I know that, like, you might not have captured every title, and maybe not every title will be competitive with whether or not it's with Suffolk County or Rockland County, whatever. But when we talk about the living wage adjustment, is this something that can be utilized so that if we find that in one of the job titles that we're just not getting people applying for the job, maybe it's starting at $35,000, but it really should start at $45,000. Is this something that can be looked at to, like, compensate for that shortfall of salary?
Absolutely, and we've been doing that with some of the positions with salary waivers, which drive you crazy because it impacts not the person in the title. I mean, the people who are sitting in the titles, they get bumped up as a result of that. With this new salary chart, I think you have to wait and see what it's going to look like. I mean, everybody's got to understand the economy's roaring right now, but, you know, people come here like myself. I worked on Wall Street. I ended up in government. That's how I'm here 18 years now. You know, we have to wait and see what happens, because sometimes those people come here for different reasons, is what I will say. And the salary chart, let's see what happens now that we move some of the beginning steps. You know, there was some problems with the OAOB chart. I think let's see what happens. We'll see if we're not attracting in certain job classifications. We cannot negotiate individuals in a contract. We cannot negotiate individual titles. If you want to do that, we would have been here for 6 more years. They would not have a contract. We would have been stuck in the mud. That's why when we looked at it, this was the most efficient way. We can't look at individual titles. We will address those separately as a side MOA, and then we'll see if we're not getting, I don't know, I'll use an example. If we're not getting clerks or something else, and we need to do something to do that, to up the salary grade, then we can do that. So.
Thank you. And with the negotiations, was I guess NIFA had hired that Della Verson?
Yes.
Was that this individual party to all of the negotiations between the union and the county?
We, the county, and the union and NIFA worked together collaboratively to do this deal.
So they were together.
And it's how we did the other ones, as painful as it may be. We're still under the control period, so in order for this contract to pass, we need to work with them to see what fits in the boundaries of what the contract would look like.
And they would give advice on how to save money, how to bring it more in line and everything.
It was a give and take, the expertise between all three, because it was the county, it was a tri-party agreement, for lack of a better thing. It was the union itself, the county, and NIFA worked together to formulate this agreement.
Just off the top of your head, how many years has Della Verson been working for NIFA?
Since 2020, I think.
Yeah, I think it was like right before the.
I forget the actual.
I think it was right before the pandemic.
Yeah.
If my memory serves me, I remember going to the hearing on that.
It was either 18 or 19. I forgot what it was.
Over 3 years. Wow, that's a lot of money. Okay, so then, but then I guess also then when you take a look at the employees who were raised from 10 to 20 years, and I know I've listened to your responses to both Legislators Bino and Abrahams on it. But when you looked at the analysis, was there any consideration, perhaps that if you were trying to achieve a certain savings of, like, I guess right now the savings would be $2.1 million. Is that a year that you're saving by pushing the people to 20 years?
It's a cumulative number over the term. So yeah, but to the point is, though, we were trying to get additional monies for other
Right.
things that were in there. So
Right.
it was a component of savings that had to be calculated. So
But it was basically a $2.1 million.
2.1, yep. for life.
In order to maybe, when you look at this and to go, and I know that the time frame when people were able to get benefits and retire with it had jumped from, many years ago, from 5 years to 10 years. It was a 5-year jump. Was there any consideration looking at this, considering the age of the employees and the number of employees that would be, and I understand, you can't go by every job title, but something like this was going to impact a number of employees, that maybe to go from 10 years to 15 years rather than 20 years.
I would respectfully say that they're still going to have the same complaints with 10 or 15 and 20,
Right.
you know what I mean? So
Well, since it was
it's
5,
been
it's
changed in the
better than 10,
past.
yeah.
I've worked for
Yeah.
another municipality where they've changed the vesting period. I mean, it's not an uncommon thing in labor practices to extend vesting periods for that, so.
But is there any possibility at any later date, perhaps, that something like this can be looked at and considered, considering that it's not going to take effect until 2026?
I don't want to guarantee anything because I don't have the contract in place, but,
Right.
Right now, it's not, where we have a contract, we're going to move forward with what we have, and then the chips will fall where they have to at this point, and then we'll deal with, if there's fallout, we'll address it like we do with everything else. Government is it's ever changing here, so.
All right, now my last comment then, I just want to bring up about Juneteenth as well. You know, considering that it is a holiday that many other employees throughout the state and the country do get to celebrate and have time off. And I understand the consideration, you know, like whether or not going back to the unions, as if you're going to have to reopen their contracts. But I would think that if the administration did say that they wanted to acknowledge Juneteenth as a holiday, that the unions would accept it as a holiday. You wouldn't have to reopen a contract to negotiate to give them something, correct?
It would have to be, let me put it to you this way, there's a cost by giving another holiday. So
Right.
that's what we'd have to figure out. And then we'd have to look at the individual collective bargaining agreements, or we do it simultaneously. I don't know. It would be better if we had all the unions wrapped up together, but we're working to get there. So that
Okay.
once we have all the unions, maybe we review this at a future date. Okay?
Well,
And we're getting to the terms of the other deals, which is coming up. Remember, they're terming in July of 2026, so we're getting there. So I'm not saying we're walking away from it. I'm saying, but at this point in time, it's not subject for what we're looking for here because it wasn't part of this agreement, but we will look into it in the future, okay?
Well, I think it probably would have been just to send a nice message to everybody that, you know, by allowing the CSEA workers to be the first county workers to be able to have this as a recognized holiday, then it can open the door so that if the other unions would like to come back and maybe speak to the county about it. But I really think that it should have been something that should have been negotiated and given to the employees, considering the importance of that date.
Again, I couldn't have CSEA and the other collective bargaining units because they support each other. Everybody works in tandem together. So for argument's sake, if we shut down Juneteenth or that day, we shut down the county CSEA people, which would encompass, you know, there's a cost associated with that, but then PBA, SOA, DAI, or the other ones don't have that. We have to, I don't know how this would work is my point, you know what I mean? And there would be additional costs as a result of that, which then would undo pattern bargaining, which is what we strive to do here, so I think we will take a look at it. I'm not going to say that we're not, but I think we'll review it again after we have everything wrapped up, and we will take a look to see if there's a mechanism with all 6 bargaining units to come back and look at that.
I do hope that you do. All right, thank you.
We have a couple more legislators. Let me just ask you this, Andy. The contract term will start December 31st, 2017.
Yes.
So the CSEA has been without a contract for that length of time.
That is correct.
So we're going on 6 years, correct?
That is correct.
And the term extends to December of 2030?
That is correct.
So the CSEA obviously is our largest workforce.
Yes, they are.
Let me just see if you agree with this. There's certain things that had to be priorities in this. You know, we want a fair wage for our employees. You have to fit within the NIFR pattern.
Yes, that's basically what we were living to, so.
And it had to be affordable within the budget and 4-year plan, correct?
Absolutely.
And you mentioned before it was overwhelmingly approved by the CSEA members?
Yes, it was.
See, my colleagues have made some very good points, especially on this issue of the length of service for health benefits and retirement. But we're presented today with two options: voting yes or voting no. We correct me if I'm wrong, we cannot change specific terms of the contract.
No, you cannot.
Right. So if we vote it down, you're back to the drawing board on the contract, number one. And number two, although this has been approved overwhelmingly, there's no given that whatever it is you come up with next will be approved, correct?
That is correct.
We've seen it the opposite way with one of our biggest unions recently, where they voted down a contract, and then we get a contract that's very similar and was voted up.
That is correct.
All right. So to vote this down because on this provision, no matter how important it is to so many people, is a risk that we will then set this negotiations back for months, if not years.
Absolutely. And it took us this long to get, and not only it was a long negotiation process too, which was almost 6 months that we started negotiating. So, and that was extensive, weekly, bi-monthly meetings, meeting regularly, try to figure out things. So it would have definitely impact the process and what the deal might look like. So,
thank you, Legislator Ferretti, and then Legislator Solage.
Actually, the presiding officer just took a lot of my thunder right there, but he says it much more eloquently than me, so thank you, presiding officer. But just look, after 6 years, I think it's 6 years now, I guess, about 6 years, where the CSE has been out of contract. I just want to congratulate the administration as well as Ron Guerreri and the CSEA team that worked together to get this done, and obviously no contract is going to make everybody happy. I understand that. I understand the frustration of people, some of the people in this room, some things. So believe me, I'm not minimizing or diminishing that whatsoever. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is that this administration, along with the CSEA, has gotten something done that hasn't been unable to get done for the last 6 years, and I think that's an accomplishment. Just my 2 cents, with regard to possible in the future, looking at additional holidays, whether it's Juneteenth or any other holiday. There's obviously a cost to any additional holiday being instituted, but there wouldn't be if that was exchanged with a holiday that's currently on the books. So at least I don't think there would be. So maybe that's something that could be considered in the event that there is a movement towards an additional holiday. I know there are some holidays, specifically Lincoln's birthday right now, that's a Nassau County holiday. That's not a holiday in virtually every other jurisdiction or in the school district. So anyway, that's just an idea I'm throwing out there for the future to think about. But again, I want to thank you, the administration, the CSEA, for all this hard work. I know this was not easy, and it's a pretty good accomplishment, as illustrated by the 80% of the union membership that voted for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do this line.
Thank you very much. Thank you, presiding officer, and thank you, Andy, for answering all these questions. Like Legislator Ferretti said, his thunder was stolen by Legislator Nicolello. A lot of those same questions I have regarding Juneteenth were also asked by my colleagues, Legislator Bino, Abrahams, and Legislator Ford. But the idea of just trying to give up one holiday for another holiday may put communities against each other, whether you're looking at Columbus Day or Freedom Day or Emancipation Day or Juneteenth, as we're talking about here. I think, the purpose, the county should be embracing all communities and giving an opportunity for, most communities to celebrate, important holidays. You said that with respect to Juneteenth, there was a cost. I mean, what cost would it be for the county to celebrate Juneteenth? What would that cost be? $3 million, $2 million?
If we gave an additional holiday, it means that there would be an additional cost. If we swopped it out or did something else.
Was there analysis?
Yeah, I think we've done an analysis, and somewhere, I don't have the exact number right now, but I think it's roughly around $3 million it would cost us.
But that would pale in comparison to the benefit of having Juneteenth recognized as a holiday. I mean, as a county legislator, I have community events where I encourage individuals, for example, to take the test to become a police officer or to, apply to become a county employee. And, it's concerning now that in addition to these concerns, that now school districts may have an upper hand in providing attractive positions. I feel for these workers who, made a reliance upon certain statements that were made to them, and now they are out of health care benefits. And I'm concerned, and I'm concerned, and I'm concerned that, we may not be attracting the best candidates, especially now when people learn that Juneteenth is not celebrated in this jurisdiction. It's celebrated in Suffolk County, it's celebrated in Queens and Brooklyn and all these other areas, but not in Nassau County. So I'm concerned as to the process. What efforts were made by the Blakeman administration to recognize it as a holiday? I mean, they were, for example, the body cameras. There was one certain union that took the lead and say, hey, we're going to wear body cameras for the benefit of our officers in our community. Other unions were not doing that. We could have taken that same lead and that same example of leadership with this opportunity, but we didn't.
I will take the concerns of this body and Juneteenth back to my principles here. But again, we would have had to have renegotiated the other contracts in order for this to work. What we don't want to happen is we do something for one union and then we have a problem with the other unions. I think after possibly when we get all the other collective bargaining agreements, which after this one, which hopefully will be ratified by this body and by NYFA, we will get the other two outstanding unions, and then maybe we revisit this one and bring all 6 bodies together, and we figure out a way of doing that.
I mean, I want to make our county workforce and all our unions the most diverse, the most talented body possible, and I'm concerned that, especially with respect to this Juneteenth issue, that we may have an issue now in attracting quality candidates who are African American. I mean, to my understanding, the largest number of African Americans in the county workforce, is that in the Parks Department?
I don't know the diversity of each individual department legislators. I'm being honest with you, and I don't know who works where or their ethnic persuasion. I'm being honest with you. I do not know that. So,
understood.
So, and you have to keep in mind that civil service is a competitive title, meaning that there's tests for certain positions that you have to be listed on and everything else. So I think, there's a process that is part of New York State civil service law that has to be followed too. So it's, to your point, yes, we want to attract a diverse workforce that mirrors the community that it represents. And I think it's part of this administration to keep that process going along. So it's not that we're, again, we wanted to get the contract in place. Now there's some other side things that always come out after a negotiation. Maybe there's a fix and that can happen in the near future. So.
Okay. And again, my last statement again is with respect to the individuals that may have issues with respect to having this new health care package and plan honored, to please assist them. Just don't leave them hanging. When they call to get that service and they're told, oh, we don't take that plan. If that does happen, or there are key differences, please don't leave them hanging. Thank you very much.
Not the intention of the administration or the union or anybody to undermine anybody's benefits at this point. So.
All right, let's. We have a bunch of slips, so let's go to the public comment portion. Thank you, Andy. Maybe just hang around.
Thank you.
Yeah. Eva Brosky. Eva Brosky.
Hi, I'm Eva Brosky, and I'm one of those 100 or so people that our union chose not to protect. I am very disappointed by the new 20-year lifetime medical benefit to leave when you get it. I'm an older individual who took this job with the promise of lifetime medical after 10 years. With the new rule, I would have to work until I'm 82 years old to obtain that. I understand that in these times, lifetime medical is a huge expense for the county, but I was hoping that by some way you could find a way to grandfather those 100 people in to keep the promise that I was given when I was hired. Thank you.
Colleen Riebel.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Riebel. I've worked for Nassau County since February 9th, 2018 as a social welfare examiner. I began at $26,000 a year. When I was hired, I was told after 6 months I would get a $5,000 increase, and I did. And after another 6 months, probation was over, and now I'd receive another $5,000 increase, which I did. I'm up to 36 then. But that's because what I was told was true. And at that time I was hired, I was told after 10 years of employment, I'd be entitled to my health care paid for the rest of my life. Right now, I have to work an additional 15 years in order to get 20 years and receive this benefit. Why? Why shouldn't I be able to believe what I was told, like those $5,000 things? Why, when I was told that this is part of working for Nassau County as a civil servant, now this benefit can be taken away? Now let's talk about civil servants. You, along with me, we're all civil servants here. Our police, it was wonderful to see. The police, they deal with people that are criminals and addicted to substances, people with severe mental illnesses, and just those who just need to be listened to. Then, after that, those criminals, the ones that are found guilty, go to jail. Those are then the corrections officers see them. After that, it's the parole and probation officers. However, one thing you may not have thought of, those same individuals who have dealt with the police, the corrections officers, and probation and parole are my clients. That's who I deal with every day. And I do a darn good job. I have 130 clients right now. I work my tail off. I took the test to be a social welfare examiner 2 in June of 2019. It took until last September for me to get my promotion. That was $6,000 difference, okay? I'm an eligibility requirement civil servant. I have to make sure all the clients are, provide and complete all the requirements to receive and be eligible for public assistance. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please consider grandfathering in those employees who began working for our county thinking that in the end I would finally get what I deserve. The editorial today says 100 people. I'm really hoping you consider that. And I disagree with the gentleman that was here. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, about that our salaries are going to be comparison with Suffolk. That's all relative. If you're making what I'm making now, which is $46,000, say $3 an hour difference between Suffolk County and us, that's $90 a week, $400 a month, $4,800. That's 10% more for me. If you're making $80,000, it's only 5%. So yes, it might be okay for those people who are making that amount of money, but at $46,000, paying my mortgage, my taxes in Nassau County, it's very, very, very difficult. I thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for putting all the thought into this.
Thank you very much. Brian Flax. Hello, Brian.
Hello there. I'm Brian Flax. Some of you know me. I'm out here for my organization. I'm here as a 10-year retiree. It seems like really nobody's talking about the retiree aspect of the health insurance change. If you go to NICEP and you look at the Empire Plan book that's there, it's 163 pages. The Excelsior Plan is only 80 pages. So right there, that tells you there's a difference in the plans. On the HRA that's implementing, from what I understand, Medicare eligible retirees are not eligible for the HRA. So right now there will be a difference in the insurance between a retiree and an active person. It's always been the same. Co-pays, I have some prescriptions that I pay for 90 days, $60. That now goes up to $100. No more hearing aids. I got hearing aids now because all the fire alarms I use to check the noises, that's not covered anymore. There's some other things that aren't covered anymore. And now you have a lot of retirees who live down in Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, because they can't afford to live here, they move there. And they don't even know about the changes. And a lot of these doctors don't know, like people said, they don't know about it. So the as a retiree, we have to look to the legislative body to fight for us, because the CSEA doesn't fight for the retirees anymore. Like most unions. Once you retire, they wash their hands of you, and that's it. I'd also like to know, we're changing our insurance. The non-union employees, do they stay on the Empire, or do they go to the Excelsior now? So, it used to be one insurance for everybody in the county, and I remember years ago they changed it to another company, BPA I think it was called. It was a disaster, and they had to bring everybody back under the same nicer umbrella. So, you guys have to, please consider what the plight of the retirees are going to be. Co-pays are going to be higher on everything. If they can't get the HRA to cover some of the difference, some of these you people in the 80s who retired have no other means of an income. And that's it. That's all I got to say for it. I just appreciate your time and listening.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Susan Naftel.
Hello, I'm Susan Naptol. I live in Plain, New York. I work at the Department of Health. Contract, noun. A written or spoken agreement, especially one concerning employment, sales, or tenancy that is intended to be enforceable by law. When I spoke at the last legislative session a few weeks ago, I started by stating this definition, as I think it's very important and is the crux of my issue with the proposed contract. When I became a CSA worker hired by Nassau County back in April 2018, one of the agreements I made with the county was that after 10 years, I would be fully vested. There was an offer and an acceptance. This verbal contract informed my decision, as it did when I turned down jobs in school district this past April and decided to stay with the county after passing a promotional exam. I had already had 5 years in and decided the lower salary with the county was balanced by the benefits. Now I'm off the list and my options are zero. As the vestment was contractually agreed upon by both the employer and the employee, I believe we should be grandfathered in. Let this new contract affect new hires, not me, or us. As is the case with many of us, I'm not 25, I'm 60. For me to reach the 20-year carrot that is being dangled as per this new proposed contract, I would not be able to be fully vested and retire until I'm 75 instead of the 65 as was originally agreed upon. This is unconscionable. There are others who would have to work into their 80s. How are we supposed to afford secondary insurance when we haven't had to plan on this added expense later in life? I would like this proposed contract to be negated or renegotiated with the stipulation of grandfathering in and applying this other proposition to the new hires, who can then decide if this agreement is acceptable to them, because it's definitely not acceptable to me or to us. I want to add that I find it objectionable that the gentleman who was here and spoke for the proposed contract, that he thought county workers would expect their benefits after 10 years. We only expect it because that was the agreement that we signed on for. I would also like to add that $210 million is going to be saved under this Excelsior plan, and the cost of keeping the few of us vested till 10 years is $2.1 million. If you grandfathered us all in, the county would still save over $200 million. So there should be no reason why this could not be agreed upon. I say throw this contract out. If it can't be amended, send them back to the table and renegotiate. We have been done a dirty, and that's not appropriate.
Lily Ann Fisherman.
Good afternoon. I was hired and started with the DOH in August of 2020 during COVID. I accepted the job to come into the office every day, and at that time, I thought I was putting my life in jeopardy because I'm at high risk for COVID. At this time, many of my new coworkers were working from home, either part-time or full-time. My starting salary was a little over $32,000, and I repeat that, a little over $32,000. Then you ask, why did I accept? It is because the one thing I needed most was insurance. And I was guaranteed I'd be covered for life at retirement after 10 years of service. 10 years of service would put me at 66 years old. $32,000 with promised medical coverage sounded great, so I accepted the position. With the proposed contract, I have to work 20 years to be vested in medical, so I'd have to work until I'm 76. Really, is that fair? I could have easily accepted a position with twice as much pay if I knew that this would happen. This proposed change is good for new young hires and those that have very close to or over 20 years. This benefit those that hired later in life, like myself. Actually, most people only work at a job for 7 years, and that's why I started here later in life. I don't think I'd make the 20 years. Who's to say that if, and that's a big if, I do work the 20 years, then that the next contract would say 25 years? Is this 20 years guaranteed, or is it possible that that could change in 2026? I'm upset because I was guaranteed something, and it is not happening now. So you lied to me when I was hired? I believe that this 20-year vested should be for new hires, and those that were hired before this contract takes effect should be grandfathered in, like myself. And another thing in the contract, 15-minute time change, although it doesn't seem important. I have 2 jobs to make ends meet. That 15-minute makes the difference between I make it to my job on time or not. And my last point is the increase with the health insurance. The co-pays go up and everything like that, and yes, that they say that they pay us the difference, or whatever the difference will be, comparing the 2 medical plans. Who's to say that all the people in Nassau County will actually take the time to fill out those, whatever the HO, whatever that they're saying? So you're going to be saving money that way too. Is that taken into account with the savings? I don't like the contract. Thank you for hearing.
Vivian Sasson.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Sasson, and I work at the Department of Health. I'm here again to speak about the proposed CSEA contract, specifically the vesting period for health benefits. Please understand the importance of this issue to me and many others. When I was hired by the Nassau County Department of Health, it was not a very easy decision for me to make. At the time, I was receiving job offers for much higher salaries. I was advised that I was overqualified for my position here at the DOH, as I hold an MBA in executive management, but I still considered the position. The pay was below market, but the benefit of having a 10-year vesting period is to be eligible for retiree benefits was truly an attractive and wonderful benefit. Although the compensation for the role was below market based on what was communicated to me about the 10-year vesting requirement, to be eligible for retiree benefits made the decision to accept the position very easy. After discussions with my husband and verification numerous times from our Human Resource Department on the whole benefits package, I accepted the position. I felt that this was a good move for me and my family. To my surprise, upon reading it in the proposed contract this summer, and with no prior knowledge that this was even on the table, we had the rug pulled out from under us. The benefit I was relying on was now taken away. Under the proposed contract, employees will be required to work a total of 20 years to be eligible for retiree benefits. Under the proposed contract, anyone who is hired within the last 4 to 5 years are disregarded. Based on this proposed contract, I will be 78 years old when I can retire. And who knows if it will be altered in 2030. I can't understand why at the table it wasn't raised to either move it up 12 or 15 years, or to even grandfather us in, like so many other contracts have been done. Adding an additional 10 years is a lifetime to some of us. I accepted my position, and I'm giving my job 150% every single day. Have not called in sick once. I'm living up to my end of the bargain. but the county and the CSEA are not living up to theirs. How could the union allow so much to be given away? And the gentleman here said it, that they wanted this, they wanted this, they wanted this. Where was the back and forth? Where was the negotiating? Okay, everything that our union allowed to be given away affects us, and it has a monetary cost to us. 15 minutes extra each day is 39 hours. That's 5.5 days, okay? 6 vacation days over 3 years is 42 hours. Okay, let's talk about the incentive to work here. $3,000 for full-time, $1,000 for part-time, $250 for seasonals. There's some extra money that you could put towards the retirees. I hope that our legislature doesn't let us down, and I hope you vote to have this renegotiated. I believed I had a union that was working for the better of all, as they say, but instead the union has failed us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jackie O'Loughlin.
Hi, my name is Jackie O'Loughlin. I've spoken before. I feel we're kind of getting repetitive, so I'm going to get into the whole, the nuts and bolts. I took a job at the Nassau County Department of Health in 2020. I'm a licensed SLP. I have a master's degree as an independent consultant. I had no benefits. My husband was carrying benefits that were costing us a fortune, and every year it cost us more and more, and we got less and less benefits. I took the job at the Nassau County Department of Health specifically for the benefits. When I started working, my salary was, in 2020, $22,800. That was my starting salary. I was embarrassed to even tell people that that was my starting salary. I had a degree, I went to school, and I am working for less than minimum wage. I interviewed and I was told that the benefits were really why most people took the job. And if you think about it, once I started working, the truth is the only people who are taking jobs for this pay are people who are already established in Nassau County, people who have houses, people who are at the age where they can accept this lower pay because the benefits are what we're here for. So I took the job specifically for the benefits for life. I'm lucky that I am a therapist and I could do therapy on the side to counter, act the hit I took to my salary. But I couldn't pass up the lifetime benefits. I took 2 more tests and I received, promotions. And I'm kicking myself because literally 5 months ago, I was offered jobs in schools for twice the salary that I'm getting. But I said, you know what? It's worth the sacrifice because I need these benefits. It's what I needed at the end. And I was so happy to be part of a union. I figured that I finally had a union job and I would have protection and it would protect me from what actually just happened to me. So I'm really not asking for anything other than what was promised to me when I began my career here in August of 2020. And I know the gentleman said that he doesn't want short-term careers. Yes, I was going to give 10 years. I wasn't going to walk out the door after 10 years. I had 15, maybe I even had 20 years in me. But I also don't want to work with 1 foot in the grave either. I think I just ask that we be given the consideration. Thank you.
Next is Renee Campanile.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me a moment to tell my story. I was hired by the county in November of 2016 under the old contract, which expired in December of 2017. When the accounting firm that I worked for merged with the big firm in Manhattan, I decided to see what was available on the island, so I took the civil service exam. At my interview, like so many others, I was disappointed when I was told the salary. But a few things told to me at my interview changed my mind. One was that it would be a service to the residents of Nassau County. The other was that I would be vested in health insurance in 10 years. So I took a cut in salary. I brought over 30 years of experience in public accounting and my CPA license over to the county. When the contract expired, for 6 years, I went to all the union meetings and events that we were invited to and was told that the union and the county would work together to not take the health insurance away from the retirees. Well, my retirement plans that I've had for the past 7 years are now null and void. I will be 4 months shy of 10 years on June 30th, 2026. This means that I would have to work an additional 10 years. That would be an additional 9 years past my retirement age. I will not be able to retire at retirement age because my pension after 10 years of service with Nassau County will not cover the cost of health insurance. I'm asking the county and the union to please not abandon the employees that counted on being vested in 10 years. Please don't shrug us off. All of us that were hired should be grandfathered in with everyone else. It's not just those that were hired prior to June of 2016. It is unfair and cruel that we're not included. I'm hoping that an addendum to the contract could be considered. Thank you.
Anna Maria Redmond.
They can hear you 'cause in the inner office in a minute. So it's not like they're missing anything, and they'll be right back to the table.
Hello. My name is Anna Maria Redmond. I thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to speak about the new local union contract. I would like for you to please disapprove this contract. When I was hired, I was told that I would get the insurance benefit for life after working for 10 years. I and many people are affected by this new contract in a negative way. I personally missed the cutoff date for the 10-year insurance benefit by 4 months as well. All we want is to be grandfathered in. I took a $4,000 cut in pay with the knowledge that I would be getting the insurance benefit after working for 10 years, to only now have that taken away from me. With this new contract, I would have to work until I'm 75 years old, assuming that it doesn't change again. Please disapprove this contract unless it can be amended. Thank you.
Kathleen D'Angelo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. My name is Kathleen D'Angelo. I'm one of the 100-plus members who are affected by our union contract, changing the vesting for medical benefits in retirement from 10 years to 20. I accepted this position with the understanding we were under a contract that your medical retirement in retirement vested at 20 years. Vested at 10 years. This affects myself and my family, as I will have 8.5 years in on the date that it changes to require 20 years for vesting. I am respectfully requesting consideration for myself and all affected to be grandfathered into the 10-year medical vesting. I truly hope you will take consideration and that you will disapprove this contract. I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thomas Bergman.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's an honor to
be able to address you. I am part of the group of the 10 to 20, but I'm not here to speak about that because I do want to speak about the retirees who I speak to every day as part of the Controller's Office. The broader numbers, you may not know this, that $210 million is actually a transfer from retirees to my salary. So that $210 million is not evenly taken out of all their health cares. Any retiree who is over 65 and an individual, the county premium goes from about $460 down to $72. That means $390 of health care costs per month are being shifted to retirees over 25. Now, speaking to the Juneteenth and parity, all this contract parity, I have to say, switching from Empire and Excelsior, which is not in any of the other contracts, seems a little more severe than asking for Juneteenth. So I don't understand how we can make the switch from Empire to Excelsior and not do Juneteenth on that note. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, New York City tried to move to the Advantage. I guess they lost a couple weeks ago. This switch to Excelsior for existing retirees may also be overturned. So you may vote for this contract and then get a $210 million hit if you lose in the courts, switching from Empire to Excelsior. I know the health reimbursement account is there to avoid that problem, but if they're saying they're saving $210 million and they're putting $4 to $6 million per year towards the HRA, obviously it's not the equivalent policy. In the nuts and bolts, the Excelsior does not include a Part D plan, so we'll be privatizing Part D for retirees over 65. So retirees who are on Empire and have that program with Empire will now have to get that in the private market or pay active employee rates, which are lower than the Medicare Part D plans that are out there that are currently offered. So I urge you to vote against this measure. Obviously, the 100 of us would like it for our own reasons, but I think you are really doing a great disservice to retirees who don't have a vote. And if you want to know why the vote was as high as it is, based on turnout, it's actually only about a 25 to 30% approval because most people did not vote. So I worry about that. We also lost a vacation day to bribe the younger employees who are 20 to 30, who even with the 10-year would not vest until they're 55. They would still have to work to 55, or they would have to pay for their coverage from when they left at 35 to 55, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the 10 to 20 year change really only impacts people between 35 and 45 years old at higher date, because you still have to be 55. So this plan should be dumped because it was rushed. It's going to get sued, and good luck. Thank you.
Susan Chen.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Chen. I work for the Nassau County Police Department. I was an industrial engineer with a 4-year Bachelor of Science degree. I would like to present a new perspective to the legislature here. What we did not consider is the people who actually have the 10 years by 2026 that will not be able to continue working because they don't know if they can finish out the 20 years. By making them retire at 2026 means that the county will lose valuable resources, brain power, people who dedicate their lives to helping others. That's why we took the pay cut, okay? And to reiterate what my other fellow workers are saying, the increase of a decade from 10 years of vested to 20 years is a life-changing amount of time for many of us as we plan for retirement. So as a proud public servant, please vote no to this ratification. Thank you for your time and consideration.
David Jerry, I don't know if that's correct.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for this chance to speak.
I want to add a little clarity. None of us has any issue with changing the vesting from 10 to 20, but we all have an issue from changing it during the game. A deal is a deal. We came in with this agreement. It was a contract. It was the basis for a lot of the reason that we started working here, that some people's spouses stopped working in other places because we made the assumption that something that is in writing and is promised would be honored. The concept that we would take an existing agreement and abandon it in progress is unthinkable. If you change the rules before the game starts or after it's done, we all get that. But during? Unthinkable. What kind of a precedent does that set? It is the idea that we have an agreement that we based our life decisions on. We come in and do that, and it gets changed in progress. I'm here for 5 years. I started in 2018. I will now, instead of having to work till 70, have to work till 80. Not viable, as it is for so many of the hundreds of us in this position. So there are two impacted groups. There are people like me who will no longer be able to work long enough to get lifetime medical. We are losing lifetime medical. The other group that was just alluded to can get to the 10 years, but they're forced to retire in June of 2026. They may have worked for 2, 3, 4, 5 more years, but not been able to get to the 20 years. That group is losing years of income and getting a lower pension as a result. Both of those are massive negatives. So I'm no lawyer, but I do know an injustice when I see one. If this happened to one person, it would be an injustice. An injustice to one is an injustice to all. Furthermore, all the other pros and cons from this contract, which we know all complex contracts have, are spread uniformly amongst everybody. Us, this group of several hundred, are being totally disproportionately punished because we're losing the single biggest benefit that there is. Every other pro and con we could live with. Losing lifetime medical is a massive punishment for us. It's totally unfair to single out a group like this, throw us under the bus from a union that's claiming they want to have unity and parity with pay scales and medical insurance, but we get totally abandoned by it. So yes, you could say the contract is fair, except to those several hundred that it's totally unfair to. That's the main point that I have to say. Plus, the contract was rushed in the peak of vacation season in late August, and a lot of people didn't get a chance to vote.
Okay.
Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. All right, so we have item 14, resolution number 179. Any other debate or discussion before we vote on this?
If I may,
Sure.
Presiding Officer, because look, and I'm going to speak from a perspective that I think, Presiding Officer, maybe you share with me, Legislator Ford and Legislator Schaefer, because we're going to be exiting at the end of the year. It's my understanding that the $210 million in savings from the Auxiliary to Empire savings would start to generate that savings over the life of the agreement, but it would start next year because that's when the change would happen. I truly believe that if the county is successful in achieving any of those savings, it shouldn't be something that needs to be negotiated. I talked a little bit earlier about doing the right thing. And if the county is able to save a nickel that projects higher than the $210 million that they're talking about as savings, they should take care of you, each and every one of you. I don't see a reason why they shouldn't. And I think from that standpoint, that's why I'm encouraging my colleagues, all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans alike, that will be here, that you ensure that that happens. I know it's tough to plan, and I know it's tough to project, and not knowing what's going to happen by 2026, in a way, it's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because you have time to try to figure out what you want to do, but it's a bad thing because you know it's coming. But what I'm trying to say is that if we know that the healthcare savings is going to start to generate next year, and if that projected savings appears to be higher than what the county had budgeted, we could do the right thing in 2024 and make sure that every single person that's in this catchment area of not achieving the 10 years is able to be protected. I think we all agree on this dais that we should do that. And I'm going to encourage, this is not a political statement, you know what I mean? I'm going to encourage my Republican colleagues and my Democratic ones that are going to be here after the four of us leave to do the right thing, to make sure that you are made whole.
Legislator Ford.
I too, and I concur with Legislator Abrahams. I think that this is something that, you know, we hear you, we hear what you're saying, and I understand, you know, the challenges that are going to be faced by you, considering that you started at such low salaries coming here to work for the county, and where you thought after 10 years you would be able to get lifetime benefits, and the feeling that you feel betrayed. And, you know, I think that that is something, and I do urge those legislators that are staying here, join forces together and work with the administration and try to come up with a way that you can find it so that before 2026 takes effect, at least give these employees the opportunity to be grandfathered in, which I think, you know, because when you look at it, we're talking about $2 million over the course of a contract, and if you think 13 years divided into 2 million, it really just comes down to pennies. And considering that you have to be 55 in order to retire with the lifetime benefits, there are a lot of you that will be working for 20 years regardless if you get benefits after 10 years. So you wouldn't be part of that 2 million, so that cost can even come down. And I'm hoping that, I know that when we spoke with Andy, who was so kind to explain everything and answer all our questions, that there can be some time and room for possible negotiations. And I do agree, because when you think about, can it be, I think one of the presenters did say, what happens if we make it to 20 and all of a sudden you find out there's been a change and that's going to be 25 years. So you have to work here till you're 100 in order to get lifetime benefits. I do think that this is something that can be negotiated, and I think it's something that I urge all of you, and while we're still here, we still have 100 days. Let's try to see if that we can also prevail upon, well, we're not counting, but, and we're lucky because we do have our benefits when we retire. So it's like something that I think that we need to make sure that we all start paying attention to this and try to see if we can find a way, a solution for all of you. And I thank you for your service and taking such low salaries. God bless.
Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Okay, as a legislator who hopefully will still be here in January, Andy, if there's a way that we could get a list of the exact number, I mean, we've been hearing a number of 100, but like we said, we have to take off those that are intending to work longer. So if we could get a real number and find out what that is, I mean, it might be closer to 50 people, whatever it is. If you could help us with that, Andy, I would appreciate your help with that. I think, are you okay with that? Will you do that? He's over there. He didn't want to come up. If you could just help us compile a list of those that are in this situation out of the 100, the ones that want to continue to work, God bless, that's great. But the ones that are hoping to retire, you know, before 20 years, we need that list. We need the real number.
We will compile a list and send it to OLBR, and he will disseminate it down. How's that?
Okay. And I will tell you, I do know that the union really worked hard in many, many ways to reach an agreement that they felt was fair and that they felt would also attract people, and they're smart people. And I think that hearing this today, they're going to also, I've actually, off the record, I've heard that they're not against the idea. It's just that they don't have the money to, you know, to make up the difference. But as Legislator Ford and Legislator Abrahams, who is a good man, said, you know, if we can find the savings, which probably will not add up to be that much, and it wouldn't affect the union, I don't believe the union would have any issue at all with us coming to an agreement with this. We're Nassau County. We do care about people, and we want that conveyed. And we do thank you for the hours you put in, especially during COVID. And we we want to see better than this. So, you know, we can't guarantee anything at this moment, but I can tell you, as a promise to our other legislators, I truly believe that many of us will be on this, and it will not stop today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Anyone else? Legislator Drucker.
I just want to echo some of the comments made too. You know, unfortunately, this body very, very often has to make decisions that are either yes or no when it comes to very, very important things that affect people's lives here at the county. And all of you are a testament to the personal effect this contract has on you. So, you know, it's always a difficult decision for us, but we also have to think as fiduciaries, as representatives of our constituents, we have to think of the overall larger picture. But that does not diminish from your personal stories and the impact it has on us. And I will tell you that, yes, the union, and I know some of them, and we all know some of them, and how hard they work for their membership. But they also gave us reason for hope and optimism that even after this contract, if it's going to be approved, that there is going to be hope for further negotiation, further discussion, further improvements that will positively affect you going down the road. That is my hope, and I think it's shared by every single person on this dais. And I will tell you that as one of the legislators that hope to continue working on behalf of the residents of Nassau County and my district, that I will continue to hold the administration accountable and follow through, as we talked about, on whether or not the cost savings down the road is enough to offset this very, very nominal differential over the next 13 years in order to grandfather you in. So your comments have been heard. We will take them into account, but we also have to, unfortunately, it's a yay or a nay, and we have to think of the overall larger picture. So I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time to be here and tell us your stories.
All right, thank you, Legislator Drucker. I'll now call for a vote on this item. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed, carries unanimously. Thank you all for coming out today. Item 1 is a hearing on a proposed local law. It's a local law amending Title 24 of the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County in relation to extending the hotel motel occupancy tax. Motion to open the hearing by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Its hearing is open. We have someone from the administration to speak on the hotel motel tax.
Good afternoon, Andy Persico of the Management Budget. This is just a extension of the hotel motel tax. It's a procedural thing that we do as a result of the state legislation being enforced, so we have to amend we have to extend it in the county charter. So.
All right. Any questions for Andy on this? Nope. All right. So why don't we end in a motion to close the hearing? Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Hearing is closed. Item 3, same local law. Need a motion to move this. Moved by Legislator Ford, second by Legislator Walker. Any debate or discussion on the item? We already heard from Andy. You have another question? You want to ask? Sure.
Good afternoon. On this, have we seen an increase in the amount of taxes we've received for hotel and motel occupancy?
We are seeing an uptick. I think it's a result of a couple different things. One is probably some of the enhanced programs we're doing, and the other thing too is I think the restoration from the COVID hangover. We're starting to see hotel occupancy increase as a result of that. So.
Yeah. Like maybe more and more people having like weddings and stuff.
Yeah, and I think well, we're becoming a destination point too. I think people are not going as far, so I think they're coming to Long Island. So we're starting to see an uptick in tourism. I mean, that's one Wonderful. Of the indicators of what's happening. So, and I think it's again, it's the COVID overhang is starting to get back to normalcy, and I think you're starting to see the hotel and the occupancy starting to increase again.
And do we oversee, like, the hotels to make sure that they are, because I know that they charge, like, when you go to a hotel, whatever it is, like $3 a person or something like that. Do we audit to make sure that we're collecting from all the hotels and that they are giving
I would imagine,
that fee?
the administration doesn't have the ability to audit. It'd probably be in the controller's office to see that, but I think, yes, there's a process in place that has to be that. On the room charges, if you had it, you'll see that there are certain things.
Yeah.
In most states, it's a common thing is what it is, so. Having done travel softball with my daughter, I can tell you I paid occupancy taxes for years, so
You could have
that's
sent
why.
her to college for 4 years for all those
exactly.
charges,
So-
right?
So you know, so.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other legislators? Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
All in favor of the item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Go back to item 2, which is a hearing on a proposed local law. It's a local law to amend local law number 18 of 1984, as last amended by local law 8 of 2020, and as incorporated in chapter 4 of title 9 of the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County in relation to imposing additional rates of sales and compensating use tax, blah, blah, blah. We need a motion to establish the emergency. Legislator Schaefer makes that motion, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Witten. I'm sorry, that's to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, hearing is open. Andy?
Item 259 is the extension of the sales tax that currently in place as a result of the state legislation. It's through to 2025. It's a procedural thing that we have to do every couple of years as a result of that. So it's a large component of this county's revenue, and we need to keep it in place.
Anyone have any questions for Andy? Hearing none, motion to close the hearing by Legislator Ford, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the hearing's closed. Now we need a vote on this local law that I just called. So before we, thank you. Legislator Walker moves it, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of the item? Actually, let me ask if there's any debate or discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Item 21, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the Incorporated Village of East Williston in relation to purchasing and procuring multiple fire hose system and related items. I'll make the motion, seconded by Legislator. Who wants to make that? Legislator. All right. Minority Leader Abrahams. Yeah, I know. So the items before us, we need to make an amendment in the nature of a substitution to add a deputy county attorney's signature to the resolution so it is properly approved as to form. It's moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Solage. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? That passes unanimously, so now the item's amended. We need a vote on the amended item. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We have one item on the regular calendar, which we're going to go back to later on after the Rules Committee. But in the meantime, we have an emergency calendar, which includes a number of items.
So this is rules, right?
No, it's still in the full legislature.
Okay.
These are emergency items. They are, so we need a motion to establish an emergency as to items 286, clerk items 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291. And that's it with respect to the items. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. This is to establish an emergency on these items. Do we need a speaker on the emergency or just on the substance of it? The way to the substance. Okay. All in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Emergency is established. Now I have to call these items, item 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, and that's it. Before we do that, it's unanimous consent, waive the reading of these items, right? Okay, all right. So a motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Ford, to put these items before us, and now they're before us. So do we have a speaker on the school tax items?
Hi, good afternoon. It's Michelle Sparrow, Deputy Assessor. The items before you all have to do with the school tax warrants. The school tax warrants this year come to approximately $4.9 billion. That is approximately an increase of 1.7% over last year.
Could you just speak to why this is always late each year? I think we know the reason, but if you could reiterate it.
Okay, Nassau County has 3 school districts that are split with Suffolk County. Suffolk County assesses by towns. They are all on a different schedule. We just received the last information on Thursday night.
Okay, and it happens every year.
Every year.
Yep. Any questions for Michelle? Legislator Muley.
Hi. So, first question, is there an acting assessor?
Not at the moment.
Okay. So who will be certifying these?
Currently, we have a team that is running the day-to-day operations of the department, but I will ultimately be signing.
Okay. Is that a legal thing to do since we don't have an acting assessor?
The administration has appointed me as Chief Deputy Assessor, so I believe it's within that purview.
That's correct. Okay.
Could you just put your name on the record, please?
Hi, Karen Estes, counsel for the property assessor.
Okay, so that was just you that said that's correct, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to request that there be a review of the county law to make sure that is something that we can do legally. And, yeah, with the county attorney. Also, do we have any idea when an acting assessor will be coming to the legislature?
I do not. That is not part of the items that are before us right now.
Of course, yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Legislator Solage?
Just to follow up on the question by Legislator Muley, do you have any guidance, any legal authority that shows that you have the actual authority to serve in that capacity?
I am not the county attorney, but I'm sure that we can certainly report back to the county attorney looking for an opinion.
So again, just to clarify, you do not have any legal guidance or clear legal explanation that confirms that you have the authority to certify these.
Again, I'm not an attorney, so that wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak on that.
I thought the council answered this, but could
No,
you,
I don't think I didn't get an answer.
She did, I think. She said.
But, I mean, are there similar jurisdictions that were in the same predicament where they did not have an actual assessor to certify these records?
I think before you did that, I just want to make it clear on the record that the original question was whether Michelle would have the authority to certify.
That is correct.
And your answer is yes?
Yes.
Based on what exactly?
I'm sorry.
What law?
Based on what law?
Yes.
Well, we had the same situation last year when Matt Cronin was the acting assessor, and his fees were certified as well. Right now, I know that they have been interviewing.
But he was the acting assessor. We do not have an acting assessor now.
Actually,
Chief Deputy, right.
Right. Matt Cronin was the acting assessor. After 6 months, he was no longer the acting assessor. He was the Chief Deputy Assessor. He is no longer here. I am currently acting as the Chief Deputy Assessor. Same situation it was last year.
Were there any other jurisdictions or any counties in New York State that had a very similar situation? I mean, I just want to make sure that we have authority.
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, so can we have an official, explanation in writing from the county attorney's office?
We can get that for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's Crystal Moyne. We'll consult with the county attorney's office and get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Any debate or discussion among the legislators on these items? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, they carry unanimously. So what we're doing now is we're going to go recess the full legislature, call the Rules Committee for this one item, which we'll consider and which will require an executive session. Then we'll come out. If the Rules Committee approves it, it'll go before the full legislature. All right, so, Mike, could you call the roll for the rules?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sela Bino. Thank you. Legislator Delia DeRugi Witten. Thank you. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator John Giuffre. Thank you. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Chairman Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. Item 281 of 2023 is a resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiff as set forth in the global settlement of PCO cases Chodkowski versus the County of Nassau. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. So now the items before us, we need a motion to go into executive session. Legislator Schaefer, you want to make that motion? So moved, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of going into executive session, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, we're in executive session. executive session. We have this one item before us, 281 in 2023. Any debate or discussion among the legislators on the Rules Committee? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, Rules Committee, it's approved in the Rules Committee, and they did a motion to adjourn. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator and Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. So we're adjourning the Rules Committee. We have to go back into the full legislature, because this has to be approved today. Same item, item 27, resolution number 192. A resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiff as set forth in the global settlement of PCO cases, Chodkowski versus Nassau. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Phillip. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, carries unanimously. And then last, a motion to adjourn. Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of adjourning? Aye. Those opposed, we are adjourned.